One indiscriminate day, the world was plunged into catastrophe. People were forced underground and had to rely on the vast subway system to survive. This is how the story of Metro Royale begins. And so, welcome! After the catastrophe, the world was changed forever. New buildings popped up all over the surface, and a myriad of factions no one had ever heard of before sprung forth. The world underground kept developing, growing increasingly complex even as danger lurked in every corner. Some areas even saw the arrival of never-before-seen monsters. To survive in this harsh environment, you must arm yourself and gear up, scour the world for supplies, and eliminate enemies for their loot. Then make your way to the return point and evacuate within the allotted time. After evacuating, you can exchange your on-hand supplies for wealth to purchase even more advanced weapons and equipment. Become even stronger. In times like these, people will do anything to gain an advantage. That's why, when you're out collecting supplies, besides looking out for the various factions, stay vigilant against other players' attacks. If you get eliminated, they'll be able to loot your supplies. However, don't be discouraged. In this place, you'll have like-minded comrades to support you. You will experience the hardships of growth together as you gradually transform into mighty heroes. Are you all ready to face this dangerous yet thrilling new world? Welcome to Metro Royale Rookie Manual. Today, we'll be introducing Metro Royale modes to help you get to know the features and gameplay of each mode. In Metro Royale, there are 4 modes: the Basic Maps Basic Mode and Undercover Mode, and the Advanced Maps Advanced Mode and Assault Mode. In Basic Mode, players can open crates or eliminate enemies in the map to get supplies and loot, then reach the return point to evacuate and take home the loot. Basic Mode can be a great training ground to help players get familiar with the map environment and resource allocation. And if you don't evacuate safely, no need to worry. Although being eliminated in Basic Mode will cause your supplies and loot to be dropped, you won't lose your equipment. Activating Undercover Mode requires an Undercover Agent ID. Players don't need to bring their own equipment, as they will be undercover and disguised as bandits in the map. Bandits in the map won't initiate attacks on players. This allows players to freely travel between different areas, open crates to collect supplies, without bandits getting in your way. But if players actively attack and eliminate a bandit, their identity will be exposed. Do keep in mind that undercover equipment is weak, so stay vigilant against other players. Activating advanced maps requires a certain loadout value. Compared to basic maps, advanced maps are more abundant in supplies and have more diverse gameplay. Radiation zones can only be found in advanced maps and are full of supplies, which attracts lots of players. Many enemies are also stationed there, making for intense combat. Players eliminated in advanced mode have a certain probability of dropping their equipment, leading to high risk and high rewards. Activating Assault Mode also requires a certain loadout value. When entering Assault Mode, players don't need to bring their own equipment and will enter a match that is already underway with other players. Enemies in the map won't initiate attacks on players, but players that actively attack and eliminate them will have their identity exposed. Players eliminated in Assault Mode won't lose the equipment they had before the start of the match, and players who evacuate safely will obtain additional rewards. And since advanced maps are abundant in supplies, playing Assault Mode is a great opportunity to cash in on the low risk and high reward. That's it for the 4 Metro Royale modes. Choose the mode that best suits you and enjoy the fun of different modes. Welcome to Metro Royale Rookie Manual. Today, we'll be introducing the Frontline Confrontation map. Frontline Confrontation is a Metro Royale map suitable for rookies. This is where the Steel Front and the Cobras once fiercely fought. Members of both factions have remained even after the ceasefire. Due to the urban areas of Frontline Confrontation being relatively spread out, there is a lower chance of encountering other players when collecting supplies. The overall pace of this map is relatively relaxed. However, the terrain being mostly flat results in a very open view. Most areas only offer trees or rocks as cover. Thus, you'll need to be extra careful of enemies when moving about and evacuating. That's why, many players opt for the underground routes. Frontline Confrontation has 5 underground areas, 2 subway lines, a tunnel, a storage vault, and an armory. Be aware that enemies hiding in the dark underground areas are difficult to detect. Those who wish to safely explore the underground areas should bring a night vision helmet, night vision goggles, or a thermal sight scope to see enemies in the dark. Since Frontline Confrontation doesn't have a radiation zone and urban supplies are spread out, those wishing to collect supplies quickly can go to the underground storage vault connected to Battle Line. After scavenging the surface, head deeper underground to search for more supplies. Furthermore, Frontline Confrontation has 2 password-locked doors, located at Tribe and Yasnaya PD. They must be opened using password letters of the corresponding color. Password letters are commonly found in the file cabinets or file packages. The supply crates behind the password-locked doors contain valuable items that can be sold and are important resource points. Of course, you can also challenge the bosses. Apart from the 2 permanent bosses marked on the Frontline Confrontation map, bosses also randomly spawn. These bosses have high health and varied attacks. Before challenging them, make sure to have enough ammo and consumables. When fighting a boss, utilize the cover of your surroundings or move quickly to dodge attacks. Defeating these powerful enemies provides a chance to get better equipment. That's all for this intro to the Frontline Confrontation map. Go explore it yourself. Welcome to Metro Royale, Rookie Manual. The old blockade zone was formerly a military-restricted area, but now 2 evil forces divide the land. If Frontline Confrontation could be considered as a new player's tutorial, then Old Blockade Zone would be their first real adventure into the underground. Old Blockade Zone is more abundant in supplies than Frontline Confrontation. However, accessing the Old Blockade Zone's advanced mode also has a higher loadout requirement. Old Blockade Zone is a dense urban area with tightly packed buildings. While collecting supplies, it's common to encounter other players, so don't let down your guard while exploring. Of course, you can also move around via the underground routes. Although Old Blockade Zone only has 1 subway line, it's vast and complex, connecting multiple areas of the underground. Of those areas, the deserted base is a dark zone. Dark zones have lots of supplies, but are also shrouded in danger. Night vision equipment is a must. Continue following the subway line to reach the radiation zone. The radiation zone has the best rewards, but also the most risk. It contains valuable supplies, but is full of radiation and danger. When entering, be ready to face radiation and enemies. Besides the fast procurement of supplies in the radiation zone, Old Blockade Zone also has 3 password-locked doors, blocking you from some high-value sellable items. They're located in the barracks, snake pit, and the underground garage. Password letters of the corresponding color must be used to open the door and obtain the supplies. To obtain better supplies and equipment, you will need to challenge and eliminate bosses. Apart from the 2 permanent bosses marked on the map, there are also a few points that randomly spawn invasion bosses that provide more opportunities to obtain equipment. That's all for this intro to the Old Blockade Zone map. Go explore it yourself. Welcome to Metro Royale, Rookie Manual. Today, we'll be introducing the Misty Port map. Misty Port was originally a small portside town with a pleasant climate, but a few incidents left it a desolate area that is now restricted. Only 2 major forces remain, competing for resources. Misty Port's main activity area is 1,700 by 900 square meters. It has rich and complex terrain, and although the urban resource points are scattered, there are many zip lines around the map connecting to the subway line, allowing you to get around quickly. Because of this, Misty Port's overall battle pace is quite fast and intense. The 2 boss spawn points act as gathering points for battles. Compared to other maps, Misty Port's underground isn't as dark and night vision equipment isn't as necessary. Although the subway line is very long and spans the entire map, those wanting to quickly collect supplies will have to go to the radiation zone, the mine warehouse. The mine warehouse is located in the upper right side of the map. Many mutated enemies lurk there, and the large warehouse lab at the center randomly spawns a mutant boss, Variant F, who uses fire, or Variant P, who spews venom. These mutants guard the warehouse's valuable supplies. Compared to the two previous maps, the high-value sellable items in Misty Port are more common. To quickly get these supplies, you can skip opening crates in the radiation zone and head to the 3 password-locked doors instead. Obtain password letters of the corresponding colors to open them, and obtain the loot within. There are 2 fixed bosses in Misty Port, Firejoy and Fire Roy, that use fire attacks. When challenging them with teammates, spread out as much as possible. Also, be aware that there is chance in each match for the bosses to become reinforced. The bosses can then transform into special bosses that use drones and shields, Handsome Jesse or Handsome Pete. When facing off against them with teammates, make sure to focus your fire. Defeating these powerful enemies provides a chance to get better equipment. That's all for this intro to the Misty Port map. Go explore it yourself.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is an exciting weekend as we will present to you the PMSL Southeast Asia Metro Royale. Here with me is Sir Cloud, and my name's Contra, as we are your commentators for the entirety of the evening. And my, Sir Cloud, we've got something special for the evening.
Oh yeah, absolutely special, especially if you have not tried this game mode at all. Maybe you've been busy trying or play your regular classics or even the TDM, but this one is going to be something absolutely different from the format to how it's played, and we'll take time over the games later on to introduce to you how this game is being played.
Absolutely. And of course, we are here for Metro Royale, where we will be having the qualifiers for Southeast Asia. And this is where fortune absolutely favors the brave. Now, of course, perhaps we could also explain how some of the game mechanics work so differently as compared to the usual Battle Royale mode, because we have so many things to consider, because teams, they're not just usually playing for chicken dinner here. They're looking for a whole lot of loots to extract out of the match.
So what would you call it then? Loot dinner?
Probably, yeah. I'm not too sure about that. You want to create a name for it? We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. We need to come up with a name for that, right? But yes, this will be a absolutely different format, ladies and gentlemen. It will comprise of 6 teams in a lobby, and it's still 4 players per team. But we are also, interestingly, since today is still the qualifiers, we'll be breaking down to different regions in which we'll go through the format with you guys in a little bit more. And they will be competing for a prize pool. So this is not just a fun game. It's fun, but there's something on the line as well. And speaking about the format, this is going to be our schedule.
Yep, and of course, start things off here on the 10th of August, as well as for tomorrow, we'll be having the open qualifiers for Indonesia, Malaysia, as well as Thailand, as they're vying for a spot to play in the group stages. And from there on, they'll be separated into multiple different groups. But for now, these 6 teams, they will be battling to represent their very own region, whereas we'll be running it for 3 weeks in a row in the group stage till the finals happen on the 7th of September.
Yes, and this will be the point system, ladies and gentlemen. So here, this is the part where we'll start to explain stuff, right? So they score points according to their loot value. So the loot value depends on what loot do they get. So, well, it's just too many for me to break down here, but we'll get to see that inside the game later on. But each player elimination is worth 300,000 points. So that is going to be the key per round. And we did talk about the prize pool, and here it is.
And we have a whole lot of money to be won right here for those who are participating, with a staggering land share of $1,500 to be taken home. Of course, there's also plenty of UCs to be gained here in the qualifiers. 10k UC to be split within your teammates. Hell yeah, I'll take that any day to get any awesome skins inside of PUBG Mobile. But of course, they're looking to ensure their spot through the group stages.
Now, more introduction about the game, right? So this is how the Metro Royale mode works. Okay, so first, you have to strategize your route. So every team will drop at a different corner. So you can't really pick your corners, right? So it will be evenly distributed across the map. And then you have the choice of battling each other, who are also competing for resources. And if you get in elimination, it's worth 300,000 points, as explained earlier on. Now, supplies have to be maximized, because that is where the points will be collected as well before you extract yourself from the site or from the map. And you can choose to extract earlier if you want to, if you think you're good. And there will be bosses for you to gain points. And here are some of the things that will be included, the loadouts.
That's right, as everybody will begin with a level 6 vest alongside with 600 bullets of 7.62 and equipped with AK-47s as well as the Mark 14, and all the things necessary for them to be able to aid themselves when a battle happens. It's also a level 6 helmet. So if you guys have not heard of a level 6 helmet or vest before, these things can absolutely take a beating. One full clip might not even get a knockover onto these players. So teams will have to consider, do they want to go out on an all-out warfare against the other squads to gain those elimination points, or do they just maximize the value of loots? They have to find that fair share balance when it comes down to how they want to play the game. So it'll be interesting to see what will happen later on.
Yeah, and when it comes to weapons, they will be only limited to an AK and also a Mark 14. So these are the only weapons that they can use with limited amount of bullets. So they have to really be efficient with their bullets. So speaking about the teams, these will be the teams that will be competing. This will be the regions that will be competing. So it will be Thailand, Indonesia, and Malaysia. And we'll be playing 2 different maps. That is the Zombie Uprising and also the Arctic-based per region. We'll be playing this across 2 days. Today is going to be day number 1, tomorrow is going to be day number 2. So a total of 4 maps will be played per team.
That's right, 4 matches to be played, and I believe that to be just about sufficient amount of chances for them to find themselves into a better position should they have maybe a really poor start or trying to figure out how the meta is going to be looking like. And we do have these 2 rotation map to just allow a lot of fair spacing for teams to be able to compete at a very high level. So if certain teams do favor perhaps either the Arctic or even the Zombie Uprising, they will be seeing perhaps very good chances for them to secure plenty of points in these upcoming matches. But of course, we kick off here with the Thailand qualifiers, and we do have a lot of new names on the block where we'll see which one of them will be able to score the first victory of the day.
Yeah, and maybe these names are familiar to you, maybe not, because it's an absolutely totally it's a different game mode. So these players, they specialize in the Metro Royale game mode, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, if you're good at shooting at your regular Battle Royale mode, then it can be handy in this sort of game mode as well, because it's not only about you taking out your other opponents, or potentially maybe even not taking out opponents, but you must be able to land shots onto zombies that are all across the map, and you have to be really, really efficient with it because ammo is limited.
Yeah, and on top of that, these bosses, they do hit like a truck as well. So you gotta also coordinate with your teammates. So I feel like this game mode really requires you to be efficient on not only surviving for most part, which you guys have already known how it's kind of like in the usual Battle Royale mode. This time, you also have to consider, do you really want to commit into going for all these boss raids, or do you really want to pick up a fight, or do you want to stash all these loot from all these opponents? Do you want to go in for a steal? There's so many different approaches that makes things so interesting, and I can't wait to actually see how these players will be going into the lobby with their own mindset, because you might actually have a little bit of a mixed approach. Some are just going out for blood, or perhaps they will just be a little bit more peaceful in the early game. But there are also certain areas of the map that has high loot spawns. So I believe that there will, regardless, be a big contest over these loots.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure across the whole tournament, we will be seeing the meta shape. And that might answer some of your questions, like, oh, are they going to start off like, okay, let's go on a hunt for other teams, or let's just do our own thing, avoid other teams, focus on the loot, try to get to high value areas in the map, because yeah, there will be some marked areas in which they can go for high value loot, but those high value loot areas normally come with a risk. That's the risk of them having to fight with bosses. Yeah, so they have to kind of like weigh it out. And also they can eject anytime within the game. Of course, they have to consider the fact that have they gotten enough by then? Are they satisfied with their loot? Or are they not satisfied? They want to continue to be on the map and take a bit more risk to try to fight out more zombies to get better loot. Now, one of the things to consider whether you extract yourself or not and end the round for yourself is whether you have enough ammunition or not. So that is going to be a big consideration. If you're out of ammunition, well, you might as well just call it a day and just extract and end the round.
True enough. And of course, to make sure that everything is pretty fair, everyone's given pretty much the same type of loadout in order for them to be able to harness whatever they need with just barely the essentials, than to have, you know, a team with a decked out gun and someone with a lesser gun, as a matter of fact. So these equipments, at least as a starter, they would need to navigate. If they're not too comfortable with the 7.62 category weapons, well, you gotta get used to it, right? Because they start off with the AKs as well as the Mark 14, which I believe that if you play PUBG Mobile long enough, it shouldn't be too much of a hassle. But speaking of which, I believe we are getting ourselves ready for the very first match in a moment's time. So of course, if you guys do have the time, make sure you guys do follow PUBG Mobile on all social media platforms to keep you guys up to speed of all the latest happenings in the realm of esports and also in the game as well.
Yeah, you pointed out on the loadouts, right? So if we make a comparison between this competitive game mode and also the game mode that you would play regularly in your game, you need to purchase your loadouts. So whether it's your teammates or whether it's your opponents on the map, everyone would have a different loadouts depending on what you purchase, right? But in this game mode, at least, or in the tournament mode, everyone has the same amount of loadout and what do they carry and all that. So it is fairly balanced as a start. Then it really depends on your strategy and your gun skills, your coordination, on how you want to navigate throughout the game. So don't be surprised if you have not tried this mode somehow inside the game. And if you go into the Metro Royale game mode inside of your own game, you see that, oh, why is it so different? Okay, yeah, and that's the reason, because we want to balance things out for the competitive mode. And speaking about competitive mode, jumping onto our game number 1.
Yep, I'm absolutely stoked for this one as we will kick off our very first match in Zombie Uprising. Now, it's going to be pretty interesting where every team have their own fake spawn, so they don't really drop off of those planes. That's definitely a little bit more refreshing. As we take a look at ETS, we have seen that this team has got a whole lot to offer, cutting through from the previous qualifiers, and of course now moving into the final stages of the qualifiers. This is a team that does carry a whole lot of finesse in terms of their play style. They're a little bit more aggressive in the early game, but speaking of which, they are just getting started, making sure that the surroundings absolutely open up, as they might even lock horns with CI, but they only have 3 members to start here from the side of ETS.
Yeah, so ETS, in case you're wondering, their name is fairly long. Estee the Strong Esports. So that is their full name. But for CI, the shorter version, check in. Yeah, that's going to be easy to remember. Okay, great that we're getting some great game tips here up on screen, right? So the main objective will be maximizing the loot value before heading to the extraction point within the time limit. So the time limit is 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see an encounter between these two teams up on screen.
Oh boy, Memory Time Esports is already going at it against some of these players coming out of what I do believe to be DVE. Big nades now being popped. It's going to be a 1-for-1, and it seems like they're a lot more interested in taking this fight, as Pandora X is the next one to fall. Memory, they're looking for a way to respond as well. They can't go in for the pickup, but that will put Panseer in a very tough predicament, but they will have nowhere to run, and that will be a full flush to kick things off.
Oh, Memory Time Esports eliminated. They barely spent like, what, 2 minutes into the game? And for them to be eliminated, man, that is huge. Look at the amount of points that they have lost from that elimination. They are now 3 million negative. That is huge. And the team that eliminated them, well, they got a lot of money up there. Plus minus there, it's about 290, 300 points. So that is a good start here for the Strong Esports.
Yeah, of course, a really rough one for the side of Memory Time because of how they start off on a back foot and now having absolutely no way to even cash out onto any points at all. So they will have to look forward into the next game. Perhaps the next approach is to play things a little bit safer, but not too much for CI as well as ETS. CI's got ETS surrounded, and they will choose to strike. Benz is the first one to be taken down. Meanwhile, 2 members left. They will put out a showing, whereas the CI members are holding true with 2 elimination points acquired, and now it's down to Finks.
Yeah, this is an encounter that we sort of expected since they were really close. Now, Spinks is going to be the last man standing. Basically, it's a 1v4 at this moment. Tosses a nade onto the left. Brings out his Mark 14. Gets into the building. Circles around. He gets 1 knock, but he's not able to finish it. So he's not able to claim the points. Instead, his opponents from checked in onto him, and they will say thank you for the points.
Yeah, we absolutely checked all of the action out coming in from check-in, and they just look so lethal. Now, 2 battles have concluded, which means there's only 3 more teams left available. So there's plenty more space for them to conquer in order to secure all these high-value loots across the map. So with that, ETS as well as Memory, they just have to sit by and wait for onto what happens from here on. So 1, 2, 4, they've initially gotten that previous big fight as well. But when we take a look into the radiation zone, it's going to be Marines that will be picking a whole lot of loot and perhaps challenging a boss at it.
Yeah, so, but look at the elimination feed. Pieman got eliminated elsewhere. Interesting. And since we're in the radiation zone, so here's a game tip here. Radiation zone is an extremely tough radiator area with more powerful zombies and loots. So this is the whole point of the radiation zone. We did talk about like some high value loot areas. This is one of it. And yes, you can get high loot here, but the risk is that you'll be facing off strong zombies, just like what you saw on screen here. Mui Cook finish off one, but that's not only one. There will be more waiting in this area.
Yeah, there's plenty to deal with. And at the very same time, your health bars will continue to deplete the longer you stay inside of the radiation zone. But the damage is going to be fake, so they will have to continuously chuck a couple of energy drinks or even any form of boosters available, as Darkside has been able to really find a whole lot through their way headed into the school compounds. And at the moment, coast seems to be cleared. There's not going to be any tussle between these 3 squads for the moment. But looking at the mine warehouse, that's a huge place to really farm those big numbers out there. And the side of Metro Esports, they are currently leading the pack with that one.
Yeah, look at this, right? Speaking about a pack of zombies is chasing down check-in. And they have the choice, like all the players, they do have the choice of leaving the zombies behind. As you can see here, the game tips, right? Zombies will attack you on sight, so be wary of your surrounding. So if you choose to take down the zombies, great, you can loot from the zombies, but that also means that you'll be expanding ammunition, as ammunition is limited. So you really need to decide on, like, are these zombies worth taking, or should you save those ammunition for something else?
There's things scarier than a zombie, and that could possibly be another squad as well. So they have to be very, very careful with the surroundings. 6-time scope into the area, and it seems like they're considering whether or not to take it. And Drama will be on the lookout as they will be able to secure the compound. And quick question, Sir Cloud, are you a fan of zombie movies? Like, I guess this is one way that fans of zombie shows could actually partake in one.
Ooh, I do like me a Zombieland once in a while.
Oh, I'm not too sure if I do have a hot favorite, but yeah, from time to time, like I do enjoy some of these games that does include zombies. And of course, there are a lot of people who also questions like, say, what happens in the zombie apocalypse? What would be the first thing you do when those kind of days come? And I guess these guys can prepare for it.
Wow, yeah, that's always like an interesting theoretical question, right? Like, okay, what would be the first thing you do if there's a zombie apocalypse? What would you do then?
I'll camp out at a convenience store. At least I know that I have my supplies. Like
Wow.
the bare basics, that's just about good enough for me. But if there's gonna be zombies in the shop, then I guess I'm pretty much done for then. But over here, back into the power plants of the radiation zone, seems like there is a incoming team coming from afar. So we might actually get ourselves an early battle.
Oh, it's going to be real interesting, though, if any team would come back. Okay, there you go. We have them on site. It is memory. Oh, but here it is. Here's one of the bosses here, ladies and gentlemen. So if they're able to take down this boss, then they will be able to loot from the boss, and it will give them high value loot. So as you can see on the game tips here, zombie bosses have strong unique skill sets that got strong loots for worthy players. Yeah, worthy players are the players who are able to take it down. And these bosses, they not only have unique skill sets, but they also have weak spots. So you must be able to shoot their weak spots. If not, you'll be spending a lot of bullets to take down one boss.
Yeah, this is a very tight corner, but it seems like the boss is stuck by the doorways somehow. So it's just gonna be free bullets coming from Boyko.
It's a bait!
Oh no! This is looking pretty rough, and he is pretty much stuck. There's no people headed his way as well. Moycook will have to find a safer way to deal with this, but somehow the boss is absolutely ignoring him.
Yeah, another bait there, Contra. I'm feeling the bait. I'm feeling the bait there. If Moycook just chases the boss without being aware of his surroundings, well, maybe he might be punished. But then again, he managed to get the boss, so great work there. And now he's able to loot it up. Okay, so just look at this, right? You'll be able to see the items that they're able to loot, and they are clearly high value items. But because there's only a limited amount of space, then they need to decide what to take. But now we have two teams encountering each other.
Oh, they're just going to be turning tails and run for now. So Marines, understandingly, all alone. He will try to regroup with his teammates. Meanwhile, over onto the bottom of the tunnels, this is where they will be able to enter a great access of loot if they could just journey their way through. But there is definitely a little bit of challenge, as this is going to be the entrance of the underground exclusive tunnel. So we'll see if they'll be able to gather everybody on board, because they need to all hop right into the cable car, should I say? Or should I just call it the cart?
Yeah, I guess it's a cart. Yeah. But then, so one thing about the cart is that if you hop on it alone, you can still use the cart, but because you have to like manually use it, it will move slow. But if you have like a full team there, and then you have your other friends to also manually operate it together, then it will move faster. So that's something that you need to consider as well. So that's all about team coordination. But speaking about teams now, these two teams, CI and also Memory Time Esports, they don't seem to want to let each other go.
Yeah, it's a really tough decision to make, because once you're out, you're not only going to be losing a whole lot of points, you're basically giving every possible loot value over onto your opponents as well, which is why it is a very, very difficult decision to make. But at the moment, it's a three-way standstill between the surviving teams into the radiation zone. But they also have to look out for their resources. I believe that some of these guys might have actually taken too many boosters, and now they're running out of energy drinks already. Chuppy still needing to deal with these zombies. Oh boy, this is not a good timing at all. That will reveal their location to the opponents too.
Oh yeah, they will be able to see like, oh, okay, the zombies are heading that way. That means somebody's there. So they can make the choice whether, okay, they want to try to take them out or not. Yeah, at least you have the information. But okay, look at this, right? There's one player from CI just on top. But we're going to get another game tip here. During the zombie uprising mode, you will experience the day, dusk, night. So stay vigilant. Oh, yes. It's also, how should I put it? Time or sun sensitive, or yeah. Basically, there's a day, night, and, well, day and night, basically.
Yeah, it's just like in the movies as well. When it's nighttime, that's where all the zombies come to play. Daytime, maybe a little bit more of them are hiding into certain areas. But of course, there are still a lot of striking ones. Oh, look at that one go, chasing from underneath the ground. Oh, and he just decides to go ahead to just box with the zombie instead. I'm not too sure if that's the best idea, but right now, sneakily enough, Drama is onto something. He's looking for a catch right now against Onyx. And does he actually know?
He's gonna put it okay, now they have to fight, but it's 1v4. So I guess the result is pretty obvious there. And his opponents from 1-4 will be happy to pick up those points.
Right now, leading the pack has been Memory Time Esports, or should I say side of Metro Esports. I gotta confirm on who exactly that will be. The Summer X, they're still around these open areas of play. Zero is on that chase to try to secure a little something here. But it seems like they would have a lot of wiggle room to play with throughout these scavengers hover.
Yeah, so with another team eliminated, naturally it will open up the map a bit more. But the unfortunate thing about CI is that they have lost one player, so they'll be playing the rest of the round with 3 players. Now, it looks like Zero decided on an extraction for himself. His other teammates, not too sure are they close by or not, but they seem to be close. Okay, so here we go. Another game tip. Find the evacuation point on map and make sure to reach the circle of green smoke safely. Yeah, so safely, obviously, you have to stay alive to be there, to be extracted. And that is where the round ends for your team.
Yeah, just look at the points gathered so far. CI doesn't seem like they have enough points to challenge against 1-2-4 or even the side of Memory Time Esports. So it will definitely be a little bit of a tough ordeal if they evacuate right now. It seems like they will at least settle for a third place finish. That's actually not too shabby, perhaps. Or should I say fourth? Because even Team SMR is still going to be here. Summer X Esports currently with 300,000 at the moment. Speaking of which, they are already making their way into the tunnels. Trying to spray through, but it doesn't seem like it has anybody onto that other corner. But you always got to be wary. But the rest of these members coming in from ME, they're just going to be journeying their way deeper into the tunnels.
Yeah, I'm also looking at their bullets, right? So that will be one of the variables of why they want to be extracted. Okay, another game tier. So this is what was mentioned earlier on. Riding the minecart with the boys is always fun. Yeah, that is indirectly saying that you should ride it together. Because if you ride it alone, moving the minecart is hard. Like, it's slow. But if you have at least two players on it, you can see how they work together to move the minecart. And that's where the minecart will move fast.
Yeah, now they're going to be headed into school as they will find a little bit more straggler coming in with CC securing another takedown as the rest of 1, 2, 4 is flustered. Only 3 more members remain, but they managed to zone them off of a Molotov. Great maneuvers coming in. Now here comes Al dropping those grenades as well, looking for a target. And this is just going to deny Summer X into a tight spacing. How are they getting out of here alive?
Oh, all hands on deck right now. Looks like 1, 2, 4. They want to finish up the job. Okay, it's probably going to be a matter of time, but we'll wait and see here. What's going to be the plan here for Summer X? And Summer X, I'm not too sure if they have an exit route, or is this the only entrance and exit? If that's going to be the case, that it's going to be hard for Summer X.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they can even consider turning back, but BB is already getting blown to bits at the moment. They need to go in for the revival, but somehow they managed to also trade in a knock. Makes, what can he possibly do? They are being denied vision. This is a really all-out battle between these two squads.
Man, they see the points in front of them and they want to take it. Like, now the value is there. So for 1, 2, 4, and wonder how are they going to get out of this tight space here. Or they may want to try to fight back. We'll see what happens here. It looks like they are interested to not fight. They will take the back route instead to exit.
Yeah, they're already on the deficit as well, losing 1 member early. BB just got bombarded right there with all the defilades that MEs possibly have in their arsenal. So it was absolutely challenging, and it's understandably why the rest of Summer X, they just decided this is absolutely not worth it. Let's try to see if there's going to be another route which they could exit from. Meanwhile, Jesus, as well as the rest of CI, they said, okay, I guess we're already done here. It's sayonara.
Yep, extraction point. Now we got about 12 minutes more before the round ends, so they have to complete their mission, whatever their personal mission is, before the round ends. Looking at the movement here by Summer X, okay, they are negative 300 plus K, so they need to do a lot of work here to try to catch up, because their next target is to catch up to CI, which has about 155K. Negative 155K. 124 has about 279K. So that is about a 600K difference between them and second place now.
Yeah, it's really tight margins if you ask me. But when we take a look at ME, they have been doing exceptional work throughout the course of this matchup. 5 million points over and out, and there's also plenty of elimination points to book. So Darkside and the rest of the crew, well, let's see if they're going to be in for a little bit more, as they are still picking out some zombies to add those final few stashes. Is there going to be enough backspace for them to still add more loot to their back? I really do wonder, because they've been doing pretty okay so far.
Yeah, I know, right? So I guess, yep, this is your answer, probably. Probably is like, okay, it's about time for us to leave. So there you go. Looking at Summer X, yeah, they're probably that, because I'm also looking at their bullets, right? Okay, bullets-wise, it's pretty okay. So I guess it's more of like probably their bags are full by now.
Yeah, I guess like when you cannot put even higher value loot, then you pretty much are well and sorted. Meanwhile, Last-ditch effort coming from the side of Summer X to still scavenge around the radiation zone. This is about 10 minutes more or less for them to work with, and there's just about barely enough of all these bosses that they are able to even find at the moment. If they do, then I think that's absolutely a good news for the rest of summer to be able to play for a whole lot more.
Yeah, so there are 3 players, so they could still do something and make something out of this. But yeah, it's also a matter of whether they can get the boss or not. If the boss doesn't spawn, although this is a high possibility spawn area, then, well, it's just a matter of them just going around. But we do see a fight here. So it looks like Summer X will score another point.
Wow, great catch overall. And all these necessary meds can still be picked up, but Summer seems to have a full package. He doesn't really need to actually go for any of all these heals since, you already have pretty much full health. Now, looking for the extraction already, I do believe, as they're out of the match. Summer will be leads at the 3rd position here for the first game.
Yes, so that's like, what, 2 more teams? Or 1 more team left. It's going to be only CI left now. So it's probably a matter of time till he extracts himself. Yeah, he's probably going for any last-minute loot or whatever he can find before he goes in for the extraction. But I guess at this point, don't expect too much. Because I'm also looking at his vest, right? His vest is shredded. He doesn't have any vest for now. So I guess he's done and not willing to take any further fights.
Yeah, just looking for the extraction point for us to conclude the round. So while we actually wait for that to happen, there it is that will be pretty much the end game. Just go ahead. And this will be the conclusion of the match in a moment's time till he decides, it's time to go out.
Is he being chased by something? Because I noticed that the indicator did show. It looks like he's being chased by probably a zombie. So that's why he's not going to the extraction point yet. He wants to make sure that it's on the clear. And now, okay, it's clear. Oh, wait a second. Oh yeah, that's the zombie that has been chasing him. No wonder he cannot extract himself. And if he doesn't extract himself, those are points that he will not be able to cash in.
Oh no, I'm not too sure if that was actually part of his game plan. He could have actually extracted. If he did extract, then perhaps he'll still be able to get a couple more points in. But CI, I guess that's a slight blunder or so. But I guess this is just the fate of it, because it's not as simple as it sounds when we, from our spectators' point of view. It seems to be, not that challenging for inside of CI, but throughout the whole course, they have gotten into battles and battles. But when it comes down to loots, do they even have enough to book out?
I mean, to be fair, right, if you're being chased by a zombie, anyone would panic. I won't remember where my extraction button is. I won't remember where my heal button is. I'll just totally forget about everything and just run from a zombie. So, to be fair to our dude there earlier on, it was a good effort. You kind of know that he has an idea of like, okay, I want to extract myself. But when he was pressured by the zombie, I mean, it just goes everywhere.
Yeah, and I guess we will absolutely do exactly the same as well. But of course, that was a great first round out there. I believe Team ME has really outdone themselves into securing plentiful of points, as that should be Metro Esports that should be at the podium. But we have not really added in the elimination points as well. So when we add that to the table, how does it look like? So each elimination was, once again, 300K. And we did see plenty of exchange to go by. So it's kind of like add and subtract in between these squads to be able to reach the top spot.
Yeah, so that is also the end for that map. We're going to go for another map after this. And the next map will be played in Arctic Base. And it is the advanced mode. Now, if you have played the game, you probably have seen this option as well. So you guys can try it out. It's just that the loadouts will be based on whatever you buy in the black market. But focusing only on the map, it's also a map that you can play yourselves. So do try it out inside the game, because it's a very different experience that you can get from the usual Battle Royale mode.
Yeah, and it seems so interesting on all these different type of approaches. These teams, when they kicked off our very first match inside of the Zombie Uprising, we saw immediately they went all out for those battles because there was open spacing. They say, hey, this could be a really good opportunity to go in for a rush, but of course, you got to consider playing safe as well because points are on the line. The prize pool is also on the line. Whichever chance you give to your opponents, these opportunities may slowly slide away. And speaking of which, there's only about 3 more matches for the Thai side to conclude because it's 2 for today and 2 for tomorrow.
Yeah, so the gap, well, we need to wait and see, right? Because this is also the first time that we do have a competitive mode. So looking at how possible the comeback will be for some of these teams, or maybe how impossible the comeback will be, that is something that we will monitor as we go along, ladies and gentlemen. Also, what kind of meta will they come up with? We did have a good first preview of how it is played. Some of the teams, they play a little bit more aggressive, try to pin out other teams, try to get points out of them, and some of them just try to avoid fights altogether and just focus on the loot. In fact, probably the entire round, not seeing any action at all, except for NPCs or the zombies. But against other teams, we can tell that some teams just don't want to take fights.
Yeah, I guess like it is also due to the fact that they are spawning to so many different locations as well. The ones that were spawned a lot closer to the radiation zone definitely are vying to take those high value loots early on and also challenge the boss. But teams, they also have to consider to move their ASAP because if you snooze for even a couple of minutes, the bosses might just be taken down. So you are forced to actually challenge one of the teams that have been able to acquire those big margins. So they got to consider that than to, blindly go for those early fights with almost not many points to acquire if you actually lose that trade.
Yeah, and we did see like how aggressive like some of the bosses can be, right? Like that one boss that was stuck at the door, like it kind of looked like a bait. Right, like, oh, that player was just so focused onto that boss, trying to shoot him. It's like, aha, you're stuck at the door. Okay, I can take you down. I can take my time. Just to turn around, and a horde of zombies are there. So, these zombies, whether it's on purpose or not, they do have a certain level of intelligence to them on how they want to navigate around and probably chase you down or even pin you down. And imagine if like you're stuck at the corner and zombies are just there's just like a horde of zombies in front of you. You cannot get out, then that will be very, very detrimental. And if you cannot extract yourself, you basically cannot cash in whatever that you have looted.
Yeah, I guess it was really unfortunate for some of all these teams who actually bowed early, where they didn't manage to even execute their ideal plan overall. One such team is ETS, Steer Strong Esports, were one of the favorites perhaps heading into Thailand's qualifier, but they got into a tough start, I would say. But Memory Time Esports, you see, they have a very stable game plan. First and foremost, make sure you establish good control of certain areas of play, slowly loot up and look for that boss. And then after that, look for those battles where you don't really need to actually be in that situation where you're wondering, oh, is there going to be an ambush? Is there going to be, problems underlying when you are actually going for the boss raid overall? So it's been pretty interesting of a start to begin with.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it will continue to evolve as well because I'm pretty sure the teams will be fine-tuning their meta too. So we might see something new that comes up next. We might see something that we do not expect. So who knows, right? What sort of strategies that they may come up with. And later on during the group stages, we will see introduction of new teams as well to join in with the best team from each region. Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, only one team will qualify, and then we will have 9 other teams to join them at that stage. Now, at this moment, we do not know who the 9 teams are or who the players are from the 9 teams, but I would expect to see familiar names by the time we reach there.
Yeah, that is for all of you guys to find out. But of course, if you guys are intrigued, make sure when you open up your PUBG Mobile client later on, when you guys are in to your own home screen lobby. Look up for this game mode, Metro Royale, download it, and first make sure you have just about enough space. I believe that it doesn't really take too much of memory space in the phone as well, so you get to enjoy it for yourself if you haven't tried it just yet. You can also have over your friends to go on to some of all these challenges here in Metro Royale. But overall, it's so fascinating when it comes down to how this is being implemented as an esports as well, because they have proper point systems. Although, you know, the loot value is something that they will have to get used to in order to know like how much do they really need to book off of each respective match. But here we have the standings for our first match.
Yes, and Metro Esports is now at number 1 with 5 million-ish points. And look at this, right? When they talk about like, oh, which team might play a bit safer, they don't need player eliminations, and they have 5 million-ish points. 1, 2, 4, 6 eliminations, but they are at second place with almost 3 million points, followed by Summer X at third place with 2 eliminations, so that's 1.7 million points. Check in 1.3 million points. We had 3 eliminations. Aston the Strong and Memory Time Esports unfortunately not able to cash it at all because they were eliminated. So this is where being extracted is really, really important. But Contra, looking at the numbers, should all these teams play it like Metro Esports, avoid all fights?
I don't think that there's a choice whether they would completely dodge every single fight. There are certain fights that they must partake in. And it seems like 124 was the only one that has a little bit of both, right? They managed to at least stash in about 1 million or so, despite them needing a whole lot more to catch up to. But they are closing in just shy of 3 million at the moment. So we'll expect Summer X and the rest of these squads to also take a page of both sides of the playbook and look for a little bit of a mixture of points. But Metro Esports, they get to walk away with this one scot-free without any form of casualty as well. It might not be the case for the upcoming match.
Yeah, it's also about not only about you gaining points, but not giving away points to the other opponent. So like what you say, right? Metro Esports, they came out of this unscathed, so that means they did not give away those valuable 300,000 points per player to another team. They just focus on their loot and went for earning. And we gotta think about it as well, right? If you are busy taking fights and you spend so much time in fights, like how we saw one of the fights earlier on when they were trying to pin that one other team in the underground, that time spent could have been spent looting in high valuable loot areas.
True enough, and overall, like you gotta also strategize as well. Who also keeps perhaps the highest amount of value in terms of loot to ensure the safety of that player if you were ever to go into battle, so that you don't really lose out too many of all these numbers if you were to be on that losing end as well. So I guess like that's a lot of factors into play, but the best player from that past round that was concluded was none other than Jesus, that has stacked in 2.6 million into that particular round.
Wow. 2.6 million just by himself. Dude, that is almost like half the points from his team.
Yeah,
insane.
It's just astounding to me that, you know, you take a look at all the other teams, they don't even draw even half of this amount that's been earned by Jesus. So, well, there's definitely a lot of savings in his bank account.
Yeah, and that's what happens if you have divine intervention, right? And here we go. Game number 1 will be Metro Esports taking home the winner. We have yet to come up with a name though. We do have winner chicken dinner, and that's really, really catchy. We have to come up with something for this.
Well, I guess you could say a Metro Royale victory if that's going to be counting. Is it a mouthful, or should we come up with something even more creative?
We'll think about that. We need some
Metro
time
dinner?
Metro dinner? Royale dinner?
Well, we'll think about it.
You can't beat winner chicken dinner, right? It's a very catchy one. But you know what else is catchy, Contra? It's our airdrop carnival activity. Here it is. Currently, inside the game, do call your friends to join a pirate bash, because inside of this mode, you can explore the Ocean Odyssey new theme area, which is called the Pirates Booty Island. And while you're at it, you can collect airdrop tokens, and you can head to the airdrop carnival inside of the game event, and you can upgrade your airdrop crate to level 5 for a guaranteed set. Guaranteed set here, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Or even an emote of your choice if you're one of those who likes to taunt your opponents with dances.
Yeah, of course, more stuff to be added to your collection. And of course, there's even amazing stuff for you guys to check out, because this is for a limited time only. The Galadria X suit is currently available, and you can also get the advanced upgradable MG tree alongside with it. This promo is only available till the 13th of August, so you only got 3 more days to acquire new X suit.
Dude, that helmet, not gonna lie, looks amazing. I love the aesthetics of it. The gold, the somewhat oriental design, man. Gotta get it. And if you're feeling generous and you want to send us one of those like through UC, we won't mind giving you
Feel free.
account IDs.
Yeah, we definitely would love to actually get it before time runs out. You only got 3 days from now to secure that Galadria set. But of course, that being said, you guys can consider either going for a top-up, or if you have enough UC, you can just give it a go, where you can unlock so many coupons and also a whole lot of cool limited outfits with the Galadria set as well. So with that being said, Game 2 is going to be a lot more interesting, but because now the bar has been set from the side of Metro Esports, I believe that to be a huge challenge coming up ahead, coming from all the other squads, especially for those that dropped out early. Now they got a rough idea. Okay, let's not fight in the first minute of the match, and maybe they'll be able to cook something up.
Or maybe let's not take too long to fight. Like if you know that you're spending so much time, you're spending so many utilities, and you don't feel like after a certain amount of time you're not getting something out of it, just walk away. Just walk away. Focus on the loot. You can still use your utilities on bosses, just saying, and get a chance to gain more points. Now, speaking about points, they are going to gain it in this other map called the Arctic Base.
Now, this is going to be a different ordeal as well. I've played a couple of matches here, and you can see areas like Armory Outpost, Special Barracks, as well as Support Center to be some focal points into the matchup. Now, each respective team are dropped into the far corners of the map, which if you were to wrap around the edges, you are bound to meet up against some of these squads out there. We can also see some extraction points by the outskirts, but here, kicking things off, ETS now has a different game plan. They are prioritizing on all these loots onto their surrounding corner into the radio station, it seems. So perhaps they'll be able to walk away scot-free, but CI is not too far off as they are on the northern portion of the map.
I like the fact that you pointed out that all these teams, they drop at their own corner, right? So technically, if you're in a mood to take fights, or that is part of your strategy to just gain like 300,000 points each, all you need to do is rotate by the side, and your chances of meeting another team is high enough, assuming that they're still around the area. Just like what the first team is still at up north there, and that is Esther the Strong Esports. Like, imagine if like the teams that drop at their sides were to just rotate like to the side, basically. You're bound to meet them.
Yeah, and it seems like some portions of the fight are absolutely inevitable, especially into Missile Silo, where these two teams are locking hits already. Darkside now popping up against the rest of CI. Nate, as well as Molotov, to zone each other out, as they do understand that there are high-value loots in the city. So there is these exchanges, but Darkside, he just misses a couple of spray, catches himself on fire as well. This is just not looking to be a very easy fight for them to take.
Yeah, not the on fire type that he would have hoped for. Immediately pops in a medkit, and looks like both sides have a truce, because at this moment we can see that Metro Esports, they have left that area. They're not interested to take fights, and it's actually CI. Okay, CI left the area, and they're not interested to take fights. And I guess it's also something that they probably learned from Metro Esports on how did they collect so many points without eliminating a single person. So they would have learned from that, and maybe they thought to themselves that it's not worthwhile to take that fight.
Yeah, it seems to be the case, and believe that a team with Metro Esports standards will just continue to prioritize on loots. As you can see, they already stashed 1 million on the block already, but SMR is giving them a whole lot of chase. SMR didn't really manage to really put way too many, but now they are definitely on the right track as well as teams. They are scattered across the map at the moment, just looking out for perhaps where the boss is, because we have got no clue at the moment.
Yeah, so it will spawn at some points randomly. So they also need to be aware of the other small zombies around as well. Okay, here we go. So this is one of the other NPC. So it's a soldier-like NPC that they can take down as well, and they can get extra loot out of those NPCs. And if not, then they will fire back. So for your information, those soldiers, they can come in different forms. They can be using a rifle, they can be using a sniper, they can even use a DBS.
Yeah, they could, but of course they start off with their main loadouts at the moment to go up against them. So they just really have to be careful when it comes down to very tight quarters when you're dealing with a DBS ever. Now, shots being fired, and they will find themselves a knockout, taking down Marine. So that's a good opening coming in from the side of Metro Esports. I do believe Darkside now going in for the challenge, as they will be hoping to defend this whole compound. But Darkside's all alone. He does see one running outside the corner, goes in for a shot over on the course. He will be able to get not one, but two of these members.
Contra, we're talking about 3 teams in the same area. This is crazy. This will be a bloodbath here. While we can see that some of the other teams, especially Metro Esports, they're taking a chill pill. They're waiting by the sides. They're waiting for the fight to continue on. They're monitoring the feed. And maybe when the team subside, then they will come in. But looks like a CI might lose another player.
Now only down to 1. They just really have to play very safely. But where can they go in this radiation zone? Trades are happening. Zero somehow still stands tall. But can he deal with the rest of Memory Esports? Now, shots being fired over and back as well. Trying to jiggle it out, but he turns his back. That will be a squad wipe. CI is out of match.
Oh no, early elimination for them. Now they are negative 3.9 million. That is fairly huge, but oh man, Jeebus. That was so close. But spotted out from the lower ground by Simon Haya. And he is now down. Well, he can still be revived, but his other teammates will need to win the fight before they can revive him.
Yeah, and it's just such a tight spot heading into that quarter on what the battle was as well. Of course, it will continue to be a tense situation as we see ETS has arrived around these corners. But with a white spread coming in, this is not going to be easy of a challenge when they go up against the side of SMR.
Oh, okay. That is Rexy. Notice there's someone just across him, but he's waiting for the right moment here. Okay, jiggling it out, waiting for his other teammate to come by, and Zika gets one. Nope, Zika gets knocked immediately. Looks like they managed to overpower Zika. Chupi waiting at the top, and he's the last man standing for Summer X. Man, this is not looking good for him now.
Yeah, there's no exit plan at all because this whole compound is just surrounded with players at the moment. So he will try to put up a perfect defense. Nate's now being primed into his corner, is only relying onto some of all these bandits. And we can tell that, of course, he does have a couple of supplies left, but he got to manage some of these resources. Keep in mind, oh boy, big detonation, and the radiation zone can deplete Chupi as well. Oh, Summer X, they might meet their demise right here.
Oh no, this is bad here. This is bad. And they know exactly where he is. No, there you go. Chupi at the corner. While we have another team passing by. 1, 2, 4 have arrived, ladies and gentlemen. Miami tossing the nade onto the other side. Damages the dark side, but not enough to take him down yet. But at least he has the information relayed back to his team.
Yeah, but in terms of vision, he doesn't seem to have all too much of vision against the entire squad. Choppy now last stand. He gets two.
What?
Want to play that one, but over on the back there is still a member of ETS to salvage the situation. A big play coming from the side of ETS to make a resurgence into the matchup, but there is still main tank here, applying a little bit of pressure, and they are surrounding the member. Overall, are they going to be able to hold up?
Oh, this round could be faster than we thought, Contra. My Mitang now cooking up this nade. A molly sent across onto him, so he has to reposition himself. Now, there are two teams here. It's either Memory Time Esports or 1-2-4 for the win, unless they disengage.
Yeah, meanwhile, they're just pretty much turtled in. The rest of the players are just swarming the entire corner of this warehouse. This factory setting isn't exactly the best possible spot, but of course, Missile Silo has always been this rowdy when you go into some of all these matches. But of course, a little bit of a spacing now being created. What will be the next move for Memory Esports?
Well, looks like their next move is that they want to gain points and they want to take this fight. I'm looking at their utilities, right? So Tal for PZ, his level 6 vest is absolutely shredded now. So he has to be extra careful there, especially with shots onto his body. Not that he can control that. Well, for his other teammates, and still around the corner, but not too far away. Looks like, okay, that's CI that has already been eliminated. But anyway, that fight continues on.
Yeah, meanwhile, as these four squads, or should I say three squads, are battling each other, Memory Esports, having that one Lone Ranger to survive, is carrying the highest value of loot overall, up to about 3 million at the moment, and he's not partaking in any of all these shenanigans. Big bang into the building as they manage to actually crack open the case. But is this going to be an outright push? It doesn't seem to be the case just yet.
Oh, very, very careful move by them. They want to make sure that they know where their opponents are at, but now they do know they're on the first floor. Darkseid moves out to the first floor, secures that point, and now another one in front of him. Punished by Panzer. Nice counter fire.
Beautiful work coming in, holding over on the top side, and they do get that upper hand with that push coming in from the staircases. Memory just holding on for now, already losing 2 members from the get-go. Meanwhile, knowing that the whole squad will be on their journey, but he gets on fire instead. This is looking pretty bad, and that just gives way for the entire push to come into full swing.
Man, not the type of being on fire that he would have wanted. Simon Heyha, nice shot down the alley to secure that point for his team. And now they're about 1.9 million.
My, just look at how aggressive they are. Darkseid secured 4, and Simon was so on point with that spray as well, just making sure that there wasn't entirely an escape plan coming in from those members of Memory Esports. Now, Metro Esports once again on a full-on domination, currently sitting around 4.3 mil at the moment. Meanwhile, ETS is hoping to challenge that, but now that they have already seeked out some of all these loots from fallen players of the matches, I'm not too sure if they will be able to find something of high value, but they are actually catching up in numbers. ETS is doing so much better this round.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they do have the manpower, right, to pick up the points or the loot as compared to Metro Esports, who only has 2 players now. So mathematically, they should be able to catch up with the points. But it's not only about the loot. They must be able to extract themselves safely. That's going to be the next thing. Now, it's not only about Metro Esports. 1-2-4. They were in this fight earlier on, but looks like they decided to disengage. So they have to be extra careful in case they bump into 1-2-4 again.
Yeah, I just love the fact that ETS, they played it so tactically well. They finished up that battle and now enjoy the spoils of the trade. Speaking of which, Donut's got a whole lot going on in here. Let's see how much has he had in hand. He's holding on to 2.3 million at the moment by himself. And here, even more to go. Perhaps he could even stash up to 3 mil by the course of the loot, but I'm not sure if there's enough space. Just seeking throughout, there's just a couple of average numbers for him to add to the tally. But for now, at least the coast seems to be cleared off a whole lot more throughout the radiation zone.
Yeah, teams would love to take him out. You take him out, you have 2 million worth of loot there for the taking. I'm looking away at some of the numbers as well. So now that we do have this team on screen here, and this is 124 that we do have on screen. So what they do have right now is 8 eliminations in the pocket already. So this team, their strategy is to just win fights, and they seem to be pretty confident of their firepower, especially Darkseid, who secured 4 eliminations.
Yeah, so far looking absolutely sublime. It really feels like Metro Esports, they play this game mode night and day, that they have familiarized on how to not only approach fights, but to also look for some of all these high value loots. But of course, yet to remain is to actually see them actually challenge any bosses, because they were just trading against each other for most part. But for now, ETS, they're going underground to see if they can spot even more.
Oh, look at this. Rexay only has 85 bullets left on his chamber. So he has to be really efficient with how he uses weapons. And mind you, ladies and gentlemen, the 2 weapons that they carry, the Mark 14 and the AK, they share the same type of bullets. So that also means that if you deplete one, you deplete the other, basically. So they have to be really, really thoughtful about how they use it. And speaking about using it, so now we're at the minecart, and why he's waiting for his other teammates, not only because he doesn't want to be alone, but because you want to move the cart faster by having at least 2 of them, just like how the game tip is showing.
Absolutely, and at least with 3 members, it moves just about fast enough. And for most part, ETS, they start all these matches with only 3 members, and they've been absolutely efficient on it. And they also have surpassed some of all the other teams that went out early on. It was very unfortunate for the side of Memory as well as Summer X on how some of all these battles have taken place onto the era play. They managed to find another target, but not exactly another player. So that's not going to be 200k, but just about some extra stash before they go in for the extraction. Here we go. Seems like they will be able to open up the globe to see what they've got. Ooh,
Yeah.
plenty of full stuff.
Nice, good stuff. And one of the more valuable items is that if they are able to find a pile of gold. So the gold brings a lot of value in regular looting, besides, of course, eliminating other players. So the aim is to find that gold to a certain extent, depending on what your strategy is, right? But because it's an RNG, so you might get the gold, you might not get the gold. But in order for you to get that is to get to certain high value loot areas for you to have a chance of getting that gold. And if you're able to get it, well, that's how the points shoot up.
Yeah, and that will be pretty interesting, where it might actually be the game-winning factor when it comes down to when they do extract. And another point that I want to highlight is that perhaps there's also an alternative strategy where if you have identified a couple of extraction points and you suspect that a team will be there to extract, you can actually go for a full challenge and steal their loot by the end of it all. So I do wonder if that's going to happen throughout the course of the day. But the Thai qualifiers for day 1 is about to wrap up in a moment's time, as we do see the rest of the members of ME, I do believe, will be cashing out with 5.5 million in the back.
Ooh. I like that you pointed that out, right? That's a really good strategy. Like, you camp around the extraction point, and then whoever comes, you shoot them. But that is why we saw earlier on, like a Muikuk, he tossed a couple of smokes just to make sure that he gets enough cover during the extraction. Because when you want to extract yourself, there will be a channeling time. So during that channeling time, you could potentially be shot down. So that's why he deployed those smokes. But it'll be interesting, like what you say, right, to see if any team were to use that strategy.
Yeah, but as for most part, there's multiple extraction points, so it isn't exactly easy to identify whether or not if some of these teams will be going into the same direction. But if they do, well, I guess you just really got to find it out to see who gets the big chunk of the pie at the end of the match. But for Simon Heha, as well as the rest of what I do believe to be 1-4 Esports, they have garnered so much by just spending so much time in the radiation zone that they are now adding close to 7 million already.
Yeah, what really helped them is their eliminations, right? I mean, they got 8 eliminations this round, so that brings them to like what? Okay, my math is killing me, but 300,000 times 8, that's a lot of numbers. Okay, my math teacher would be disappointed. Gotta do the math here, all right?
Yeah, somebody
Allow me
asked me
to.
today whether if I could count to 1, and I
Yeah.
guess like, oh well, we'll get to that bit in the break. But for now, ETS still stacking it up as well. Like I guess like we can begin our math class later on because there's still plenty of time. About 12 minutes and a half on the clock for our remaining teams to be able to add as much as possible.
Okay. I did the math now with my trusty calculator. So it's like
Oh, you got one.
2.4 mil. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, 2.4 mil just through eliminations. Just like that.
That's high value as compared to the previous game. This is staggering amounts. Like the last match concluded with about 4 to 5 million, if I do remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And now when you add this chunk just from elimination points, that is just gonna send some of all these guys from the side of 124 Esports all the way up against teams like Metro Esports that's done so well.
Yeah, and if you look at the teams that were eliminated, right? CI, and also Memory Time Esports, and also Summer X, because they were all eliminated early. Look at how detrimental would that be to their points. All of them about negative 3.9 mil. So it just shows that high risk, high reward, basically.
Yeah, and you just got to ensure that at least one member stays alive to be able to bring some points back, because dropping out of a match, you just don't earn anything at all. And this is why this game really swings heavily in favor of those that does finish around the top 3 ratio. And regardless of how many millions they actually cash out by the end of that match, at least knowing the fact that there's only a couple of spots left onto the map, that's a lot of pressure alleviated from their hands.
Yeah, so Ben's doing last minute shopping, just like how we all like to do whenever we're on a trip. Especially if you're in Jakarta, a big city, last minute shopping is always a good option before being extracted.
True enough, a place that I'll be visiting real soon.
Oh, you will?
Well.
Oh,
I will, but shopping, I probably need more cash. If I could use some of these Metro cash in reality, great. Millions to cash out on. But of course, Rupiah also deals with the thousands. So fair enough, right?
And if you happen to be the last person in the city, just like our game tip here, the entire map is yours to loot. Yeah, who else is going to challenge you, right? So you can loot your heart's content until your bags are full, you think it's good enough, and you extract yourself. And that's what exactly 124 is doing right now. Full squad, did not lose anyone, and they have the most amount of points collected. This is the perfect scenario for them.
Yeah, a major haul coming through for the side of 124 Esports, as they will end the match with some big numbers out there, but we got to take some time to tally everything. Now, this is massive improvements as well when we take a look into how things have actually occurred throughout, game 1 versus game 2. Game 1, it was just an all-out trade. Game 2 is a lot more strategic coming from all of the players on board.
Yeah, and at some point there were like a lot of fights happening at the same area, so we can see how teams see that the value of getting those points on the board. But if you get eliminated, then you go negative. So here's the thing as compared to a regular Battle Royale mode, right? In a regular Battle Royale mode, if your round is done, the points stay. Whatever happens, the points stay. But in this mode, if you were done with the previous round, and then you got whatever points there is, if you don't do well this round, your points can decrease.
Yeah.
So consistency is brought to a whole new level.
Which is why I guess that the elimination points do justify itself as well. So if, let's say, a certain team, they had decent loot and they actually traded with some teams as well, then if they were to fall in some of these fights, they will still carry with them those elimination points, which is 300k apiece. So I guess like that is the only guarantor. But once again, this game is always rewarding the ones who are bold enough to not only take fights but to go treasure hunting throughout the whole course of the match.
Yeah, so we're still shaping the meta, ladies and gentlemen, and who knows, we'll see a different play style from other regions. Because we are done with the Thai regions for today, we'll be heading on to another region after this. So do keep an eye, who knows, they'll play it differently. But before we do that, we have to tabulate the scores just to be sure who is on top. But my gut feeling is that 1, 2, 4, they should be at number 1 because they have a huge gap in this round.
Yeah, also keep in mind that in the previous round, teams like Summer X have done phenomenally as well. And of course, even with the side of Metro Esports that remain to be very consistent, maybe those numbers would still keep them over onto the top portion of the leaderboards. But we'll definitely have to calculate added with all these eliminations. Well, I'm pretty sure that whoever's handling production is definitely going to have some big brain moment right now calculating all these numbers all together, because I can count to probably 70 over, but I can't count to the millions.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's your limit, right? 70 over. I get it. Yeah. Unless if it's 70 over million, then yeah. But if it's just 70 over, yeah. Unfortunately, that currency is just too small here. It has to come in the millions. Even like per loot. The smallest number that I have seen is probably like in the hundreds. Yeah, but in the hundreds. But of course, as a player or as part of the team, you don't want to go for those hundreds. You want to go for the big tickets. Right? You want to go for at least 1,000. You know, find the big ones like the 10,000s ish and above. So those are the loots that you want to try to aim for. You see, like in the hundreds, you're probably I got better space in my bag to use for. So it's also always that consideration of like whether you take that particular loot or not, because if you decide not to and you leave that space, you want to turn back, you know, there's a risk of you bumping into other zombies and, you know, you might be eliminated and you don't gain any points at all.
Yeah, that's always a high possibility of these occurrence into some of the matches of Metro Royale overall. But what we saw early on, I think the limelight of this tournament was what really went down onto the missile silo, where you saw 3 to 4 squads clashing up against each other because they understand what happens if you win and what happens if you don't. Like, so you really have to take those calculated fights. As for the side of ETS, they were really smart. They fought tooth and nail against what I do believe to be Memory Time Esports to be specific, where once they are done, they don't go out hunting for another team. They immediately look for those loots, making sure that they keep themselves pretty healthy. That's most important. And 2, just take over what these teams have gained throughout the span of that course of the match. And this time, a much better performance coming from the side of ETS. But still, I think the team to beat still has to be Metro Esports as well as 124.
Yeah, now that I think about it, right? There is that possibility that Metro Esports might be on top because they did very well in game 1 too. I mean, the numbers are just so big, right? It's so hard to tell off the back, like, oh, okay, that team's on top. If it's like a battle royale mode, like the maximum is like 2 digits. So you can just add on. But this one, you have to like subtract and then you have to add. So it's not as easy to like, oh, that team is going to be number 1. So that's why we need to allow our officials to give us the official number before we're able to tell that, oh, that team is definitely winning. Because by the time you reach like round 4, you probably don't really remember what happened in round 1 because there's just so many numbers.
Yeah, and of course, we'll just leave production to be able to give us what the final scoreline is going to be looking like. But, you know, taking a look at the past 2 matches, a lot of all these teams, they extract themselves within the final 10-minute margin. But we have not yet to see teams to be going for the very tail end of the final minute in order to bring those maximum points. I guess like there's a very good reason why, because there's also health depletion at stake. You don't want to wait till those super last minute hurdles for you to look for an extraction zone. So once they usually are done with a few more members intact, or if you're going to be all alone, perhaps that could be a game winning play to ensure that you have a full stash of Metro cash before you actually book out. Or else you won't be able to actually reap all those rewards heading into a long grueling round.
And so now that we have seen two different maps, right, and how it's being played, so prior to this show, I was talking to a friend about the Metro Royale mode, and both of us has tried it. We've seen it at the EWC where it was first reviewed with a show match, and we had some thoughts about like, hey, you know what would be cool to add to Metro Royale is
what's
booby
that?
traps.
Oh, booby traps. Yeah, especially onto the underground tunnels as well, right? Because there's so many tight spacing. What if one member gets trapped? Like, you forces all the teammates to be able to respond to that. But you already saw how chaotic it has been into areas like missile silo. So I guess like that's something to be concerned of course, to be added into that upcoming modes as well. So I guess right now we'll be going in for a short break. And when we do come back, of course, we'll bring you more action here in the PMSLC Metro Royale. So do stay tuned.
One indiscriminate day, the world was plunged into catastrophe. People were forced underground and had to rely on the vast subway system to survive. This is how the story of Metro Royale begins. And so, welcome. After the catastrophe, the world was changed forever. New buildings popped up all over the surface, and a myriad of factions no one had ever heard of before sprung forth. The world underground kept developing, growing increasingly complex even as danger lurked in every corner. Some areas even saw the arrival of never-before-seen monsters. To survive in this harsh environment, you must arm yourself and gear up, scour the world for supplies, and eliminate enemies for their loot. Then make your way to the return point and evacuate within the allotted time. After evacuating, you can exchange your on-hand supplies for wealth to purchase even more advanced weapons and equipment. Become even stronger. In times like these, people will do anything to gain an advantage. That's why, when you're out collecting supplies, besides looking out for the various factions, stay vigilant against other players' attacks. If you get eliminated, they'll be able to loot your supplies. However, don't be discouraged. In this place, you'll have like-minded comrades to support you. You will experience the hardships of growth together as you gradually transform into mighty heroes. Are you all ready to face this dangerous yet thrilling new world? Welcome to Metro Royale Rookie Manual. Today, we'll be introducing Metro Royale modes to help you get to know the features and gameplay of each mode. In Metro Royale, there are 4 modes: the basic map's basic mode and undercover mode, and the advanced map's advanced mode and assault mode. In basic mode, players can open crates or eliminate enemies in the map to get supplies and loot, then reach the return point to evacuate and take home the loot. Basic mode can be a great training ground to help players get familiar with the map environment and resource allocation. And if you don't evacuate safely, no need to worry. Although being eliminated in basic mode will cause your supplies and loot to be dropped, you won't lose your equipment. Activating undercover mode requires an undercover agent ID. Players don't need to bring their own equipment, as they will be undercover and disguised as bandits in the map. Bandits in the map won't initiate attacks on players. This allows players to freely travel between different areas, open crates to collect supplies, without bandits getting in your way. But if players actively attack and eliminate a bandit, their identity will be exposed. Do keep in mind that undercover equipment is weak, so stay vigilant against other players. Activating advanced maps requires a certain loadout value. Compared to basic maps, advanced maps are more abundant in supplies and have more diverse gameplay. Radiation zones can only be found in advanced maps and are full of supplies, which attracts lots of players. Many enemies are also stationed there, making for intense combat. Players eliminated in advanced mode have a certain probability of dropping their equipment, leading to high risk and high rewards. Activating Assault mode also requires a certain loadout value. When entering Assault mode, players don't need to bring their own equipment and will enter a match that is already underway with other players. Enemies in the map won't initiate attacks on players, but players that actively attack and eliminate them will have their identity exposed. Players eliminated in Assault mode won't lose the equipment they had before the start of the match, and players who evacuate safely will obtain additional rewards. And since advanced maps are abundant in supplies, playing Assault mode is a great opportunity to cash in on the low risk and high reward. That's it for the 4 Metro Royale modes. Choose the mode that best suits you and enjoy the fun of different modes. One indiscriminate day, the world was plunged into catastrophe. People were forced underground and had to rely on the vast subway system to survive. This is how the story of Metro Royale begins. And so, welcome. After the catastrophe, the world was changed forever. New buildings popped up all over the surface, and a myriad of factions no one had ever heard of before sprung forth. The world underground kept developing, growing increasingly complex even as danger lurked in every corner. Some areas even saw the arrival of never-before-seen monsters. To survive in this harsh environment, you must arm yourself and gear up, scour the world for supplies, and eliminate enemies for their loot. Then make your way to the return point and evacuate within the allotted time. After evacuating, you can exchange your on-hand supplies for wealth to purchase even more advanced weapons and equipment. Become even stronger. In times like these, people will do anything to gain an advantage. That's why, when you're out collecting supplies, besides looking out for the various factions, stay vigilant against other players' attacks. If you get eliminated, they'll be able to loot your supplies. However, don't be discouraged. In this place, you'll have like-minded comrades to support you. You will experience the hardships of growth together as you gradually transform into mighty heroes. Are you all ready to face this dangerous yet thrilling new world? Welcome to Metro Royale Rookie Manual. Today, we'll be introducing Metro Royale modes to help you get to know the features and gameplay of each mode. In Metro Royale, there are 4 modes: the basic map's basic mode and undercover mode, and the advanced map's advanced mode and assault mode. In basic mode, players can open crates or eliminate enemies in the map to get supplies and loot, then reach the return point to evacuate and take home the loot. Basic mode can be a great training ground to help players get familiar with the map environment and resource allocation. And if you don't evacuate safely, no need to worry. Although being eliminated in basic mode will cause your supplies and loot to be dropped, you won't lose your equipment. Activating undercover mode requires an undercover agent ID. Players don't need to bring their own equipment, as they will be undercover and disguised as bandits in the map. Bandits in the map won't initiate attacks on players. This allows players to freely travel between different areas, open crates to collect supplies, without bandits getting in your way. But if players actively attack and eliminate a bandit, their identity will be exposed. Do keep in mind that undercover equipment is weak, so stay vigilant against other players. Activating advanced maps requires a certain loadout value. Compared to basic maps, advanced maps are more abundant in supplies and have more diverse gameplay. Radiation zones can only be found in advanced maps and are full of supplies, which attracts lots of players. Many enemies are also stationed there, making for intense combat. Players eliminated in advanced mode have a certain probability of dropping their equipment, leading to high risk and high rewards. Activating assault mode also requires a certain loadout value. When entering assault mode, players don't need to bring their own equipment and will enter a match that is already underway with other players. Enemies in the map won't initiate attacks on players, but players that actively attack and eliminate them will have their identity exposed. Players eliminated in assault mode won't lose the equipment they had before the start of the match, and players who evacuate safely will obtain additional rewards. And since advanced maps are abundant in supplies, playing assault mode is a great opportunity to cash in on the low risk and high reward. That's it for the 4 Metro Royale modes. Choose the mode that best suits you and enjoy the fun of different modes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 2024 PMSL Southeast Asia Metro Royale Edition, where fortune favors the brave. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Contra, together with me, and we have just concluded the Thai region qualifiers for day number 1.
That's right. And of course, you guys must be eager to find out who stashed the most points coming into round 2. Of course, we also want to inform that there are certain rules that are also implemented into the esports mode of Metro Royale, where you must extract yourself within the time frame of 20 minutes, or else Anything after 20 minutes will not earn any points. Would you like to break the news here, Sir Cloud? Because we got a little bit of update of what really happened in round 2.
Yeah, so in case you just joined us, in round number 2, 1, 2, 4, they were the last team to extract, and they got about 7 million with 8 eliminations. So that's pretty hefty amount there. Unfortunately, because they extracted above 20 minutes, those points will not be counted, and that would mean that they are still at 0 points.
Yeah, it's just so sad because they could have actually scored about 9 million or even perhaps more if they have done so. I mean, maybe I exaggerate some of these numbers out there because they managed to also get plenty full of elimination points in that span of a round and all the deals to 0. So unfortunate for them. Meanwhile, Metro Esports is still leading the charge with 6.5 mil.
Yeah, followed by Estee the Strong, very, very close by 6.4 mil. So it's really, really tight now. So Metro Esports, they have held on to the number 1 spot for 2 rounds in a row without needing a single elimination. But of course, for the Thai region, they are done for today. They'll be playing again tomorrow. But we have to give credit to the MVP of this round, which is Mui Coke, who came out with 4.6 mil alone.
Wow, but that's the majority of the points that we've seen so far. I've never really seen any players stacking up to this massive amount, and I wonder how he has been able to do it. Of course, I guess out of all of that chaos that we saw earlier in the span of that match, it was, for most part, Moy Cook was just keeping himself pretty much safe into these matchups where he was not eliminated, or should I even say, has not even gotten eliminations for himself. Metro Esports, they are an absolute loot goblin. They know where to sniff to find all the treasures in the match.
Yeah, look at this, right? 11 mil already by now. And their closest contender in the overall ranking is Estee the Strong still with 6.4 mil. So that's almost like double the amount that Estee the Strong has picked up. But then again, it's not over yet. There's still tomorrow for them to play, and they'll be playing another 2 matches again tomorrow. 1, 2, 4. Imagine if their 7 mil was calculated. They will be at number 2 by now. But it was just unfortunate that they extracted about 20 minutes. So again, ladies and gentlemen, for these teams, they need to keep within the time frame.
Yeah, it's just so devastating for the side of 1, 2, 4. But at the very least, they have managed to at least score quite a number of significant points coming into their very first match. And of course, with that being said, the Thai qualifiers will continue tomorrow on day 2. Meanwhile, right now, we'll go back into Zombie Uprising as we will see the Indonesians take part. And I wonder how different will they actually play out this match, because of course, from the side of the Thai region, we have seen that they are ultra aggressive when it comes down to how they actually play out their matches. But before we even get to that, you guys can also get treasures for yourself too, and also a whole lot of loot that is for you to gain here in the Airdrop Carnival Pirate Bash.
Yes, in which this is one of the latest addition to the classic game mode. And if you join this during the Airdrop Carnival, you can get a daily rating protection for 2 matches. Wow, so you don't need to worry about your ranks in dropping. And also, don't forget to get into the game because it's only available. Don't forget to get into the game from August 16 to 18 to open your airdrop crate for something special inside of the game itself.
Yep, and on top of that, there's also another exclusive for you guys to check out, and that is the Galadria Exit and Advanced Upgradable MG Tree available until the 13th of August. So, with that being said, you can play any game mode to get Cherry Blossom tokens and make wishes for exclusive treasures. So make sure you join the event and unlock all the coupons and limited outfits because it's only available for a few days more.
Yeah, up until the 13th of August, ladies and gentlemen, to be exact. So don't forget to grab it right now. So we'll be jumping onto our next region, which is the Indonesian region, and we are still trying to shape up the meta. We might see something different that comes out of the Indonesian region. But what we did learn from the Thai region is that you don't really need eliminations in order to be at the top. So for the Indonesians, they probably had the time to watch this live stream before it's their turn. maybe they learn a thing or two, and maybe that will be applied to all 6 teams from the Indonesian region.
Yeah, what I did actually learn a whole lot is that you must extract before 20 minutes mark. So that itself is very, very important. So to ensure that at least you walk away with some points. Of course, tomorrow we'll see 1-2 for bounce back a lot harder. But for the Indonesian region, now that they actually get a glimpse of how the playbook is like for the side of Thailand, like they can actually utilize this to their own advantage onto how they actually play through the courses of what's to come here into Zombie Uprising. Of course, we see the flavor of the Thai. Now things are getting even spicier coming from the Indonesian side. So PMSL Metro Royale is about to begin in just about 3 seconds from now. Let's see what they churn up as they all spawn into different locations of the map.
Yeah, though Playbook Esports, they are not playing here today at least. Well, looking at their drops, everyone's taking pretty much their own corner, and they're quite spread out between each other. Now, again, the strategy is if you are in a mood of taking fights, all you need to do is just rotate to your side, and you could potentially meet up with your opponents. But if you're not in the mood for that, then you can either kind of take your time, get to the nearest town, be there for a little bit more, and then you go on to the next checkpoint. But that also means that you might lose out on potential high value loots at high value places. So it's a choice that teams need to make.
Fair enough. Once again, as we iterated, high risk, high reward is the name of the game. And I guess like there are also those that can just slowly lurk around, find all of the stashes of loot as quickly as possible. FLS immediately goes underground in order to get all the loot that they could basically find, as we will be seeing them going on the full course. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, really seems to be nothing major has been happening, as they are scouting all around, making sure that there's not going to be teams surrounding them in the initial phase. So over on the side of the Indonesian squads, we have so many great names with Tyranno Rex, TTM Esports, Susu, C Team Tiga, Royal Naga ID, as well as Fellas Indonesia.
And I guess the difference that we can see here is that so far, no real early fights. In the previous round, or at least in the first round, we saw that there was a fight that happened below 2 minutes within the game. But I guess this is the advantage of you being able to watch how other teams play it and probably like prepare yourself to like, okay, maybe that's the best, most efficient way of playing this game. Hence, we don't see these teams taking early fights with each other. If we do see early fights, it will probably happen when teams get desperate to try to catch up.
Yeah, probably a little bit later on. Meanwhile, we're already seeing a little bit of a haul coming through for the side of Rex at the moment. Tyranno Rex starting strong over on the side of school, dealing with a bunch of zombies already. Oh, let's see if they'll be able to actually turn something up here, especially having a boss battle already up into the span of a minute.
Oh, okay. So they got the weak point of the boss. Okay, so here's another game tip here. Zombie pods will spawn on the map and release a powerful boss zombie. So we just saw that earlier on. But looks like another team here, Team 3, is having trouble with a lot of zombies in this tunnel.
Yeah, meanwhile, underground, Susu is also having a situation where Papa is setting up those Molotovs, clearing up some of all these space. Is always so tight over onto the course of the mining grounds. And it seems like there is also another squad not too far off. So we might actually see a full commitment of a battle taking place. Oh, this is going to be a little bit difficult for them to actually navigate their way through these passages of the underground.
Oh man, I mean, there's limited amount of space, and they seem to be spending a lot of time here. So that also means that opportunity for them to loot is just going away from them. Okay, not only that, right? There's another team close by. C Team 3 is across them. So maybe C Team 3 is pinning them down from the exit that they would have wanted to go. So now they have to come up with a plan B.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. They don't want to be sandwiched in between. So either ways, it seems like the squad is going to be in for a battle in regardless of the situation. For now, fellas, caught in between, I must say. So what's going to be the call here coming from the side of TTM? They are approaching really close by. Wahyun's got to be very, very careful about this situation. Footsteps have been heard, and he's just by the corner. He didn't check. Oh no. Is he going to get caught out?
Oh, okay. Here we go. We'll get the answer real soon. So it looks like they're going to rush in. And little did Wahyu know that somebody is there. So he took a bit of damage, but lucky enough for him, this is a level 6 best that we're talking about. So they can tank out a little bit more than the usual Battle Royale game. But still, you can be knocked. And that is a situation that they're facing now.
Oh, that's a double knock. And finally, they spot out the straggler. They've been ambushed coming from the back, and Arya has been able to hold him off for now, going for the drop shot, trying to salvage the situation, but will still be down on his knees as well. ETM now left with one member left as the rest of FLS will clear everything up. The fellas doing themselves a wonderful job right here.
Oh, man. They are amazing fellas here. And so far, so good for them. Okay, they managed to survive it. So that's going to be the key thing. Because if you get eliminated, then, well, a negative 3 million, 3.9 million. And not only that, you cannot loot. You cannot do anything. You have to wait for the next round. It's not the best situation to be in.
But what a flank setup that was, right? Who would have suspected somebody to be lurking around that form of a tight corner of a space? Like, that's barely even like blocks of wood that he's hiding over. And somehow nobody actually checked. And it was disciplined enough to wait it out. And now I believe that fellas have their presence known already. So that has alerted the rest of Susu to try to partake in this upcoming battle.
Yeah, and so let's see how will this battle end up. Will it end up in a truce? Or will they continue to fight? Now, let's not forget as well that the time is running out there. They only have 20 minutes. So on our screen, if you see the timer on your top right, it goes to 10 minutes. That's it. Because we're counting backwards from 30. And Contra definitely knows how to count.
Oh, yeah. That we can make do with that. So that will mean that there's about 13 minutes left on the clock. Pram, though, keeping an eye out. Whereas the rest of fellas, they're definitely not just happy with these 3 elimination points. So if they can find a good passage or get some good utility tossed in, this could be a good opener in between this fight against the rest of Susu. But like you said, they're stagnating, just waiting around. Whereas look at Rex as well as Naga. There's already 2 million for the side of Tyranno Rex at the moment.
I know, right? For Rex, they'll be like, oh, you guys want to fight? Go ahead. While we go around the map, loot. Same goes for Naga. They're very happy looting. It's like, you guys hold each other off while we gain points elsewhere. And this is the thing about extended fights. So it just shows that in this game mode, you cannot extend your fights. Like in the regular Battle Royale, as long as you get the circle, you can. But in this mode, you can't. But oh, Smokers, that was a bit of a risk that turning his back to his opponent.
Yeah, Team SI, C-Team Tiga is just holding on to the exit as well. So it really feels like Team Susu, they got no choice but to really wait in between because they don't really have a space to even go out of this tunnel at the moment. A very, very awkward situation. Meanwhile, at least for the side of C-Team, they have already gotten about 1.2 million. But that's not going to hold out. It really feels like they're just going to be keeping them hostage at the moment.
Yeah, and it's not going to do them that much good, right? Yes, you got the 1.2 mil right now, cool. But Rex and Naga, they'll be like, yeah, we can continue to loot them while you can hold on to your 1.2 mil. Okay, shots fired up by myself. Nice long range shot to take down Pram. And look at the gap between Lan and Pram. Like there's an opening there. The moment he runs to save his teammate, he might be shot down too.
Yeah, this is where it is going to be a little tricky. That's where smokes have been deployed in order to just keep his teammates pretty much covered up well. But other than that, it's going to be hard to just run into the middle of the tunnel and not expect any form of response. But of course, little do they know, there's only one member out there to go in for the save. So Arya's not going to be joining the group as well once he got lifted up. There's a few more seconds for them to just cut by the smoke and turn the other way around. So fellas, I guess that now that they are on that receiving end, they might consider just turning their backs.
Yeah, and at this standstill, I'm sure they could use a snack like how we do as well. Yeah, just saying. But looks like there's a disengagement happening here. They know that it's not worth it to be in a Mexican standoff in this game mode.
Yeah, and they're also taking a very long time. Just about 5 minutes right underneath this tunnel without any form of loots. They're still going for exchanges against Pram. And that doesn't seem like they managed to even catch him just yet. I thought that he would have actually run off. Why did they still keep themselves around? Seems to be the curious case here. But caught over on the other end, having a little bit of setup. It's just to try to deal with the situation against the side of SI. They try to push through. Truly member strong. Can Awak do the trick here? He's being brought down really low. Only about 15 HP left.
Rush.
It's perfect.
Oh no, that is bad. That's going to be 300,000 points in the pocket of Susu. And looks like they'll be happy with the point, but they're not done yet in this area. They pick up another 300,000 points. Man, they could probably pick up like 900,000 points because they got another knockdown earlier on. Unless they can go in for the chase onto Boy, then they'll pick up another 300,000. But Boy says, nope, I'm done.
Wow, it's just so impressive on how Susu, despite being sandwiched in between, they are actually winning both of the fights. Like singling out each respective target, and now that actually forces the way through. But for Rex, Big Nate's now dropping right in. They are thinking about turning their way back. It's never too late, but now that this whole tunnel is congested, no team can make it in or even out.
I mean, it's a tight corner, right? So whenever you like try to run and your enemy, it's like a straight line of sight. So it's not the situation that you really want to take fights in. And that's why we do see this long Mexican standoff. Mind you, Contra, we have about 8 more minutes to go, and they must extract out all these hoping for nothing.
Yeah, 8 minutes. I'm not sure if that is enough time. What if this awkward situation arises where it's already 10 minutes and nobody extracts? Then everybody is going to be walking out with 0 points, if that's going to be the case. Big Nate, though, coming in. As we do see, Rex does actually find that connection, now dodging that grenade, having themselves zoned off by land here, dropping those Molotovs through the staircase. He's just throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, to keep them at bay.
You know what? One of Rex's players had enough and he has extracted himself. He's like, okay, I'm done with this. I'm not going to join you guys. You know, it's just a waste of time. But for his other teammates, it's like they are still struggling in this tunnel. But that opens up the opportunity for Naga to overtake them in the overalls.
I think that's a really smart play. Now that you have members extracted, which I assume to have carried a lot of all the loots, they make sure they have a guaranteed value at the very least so that they can actually go in, commit into some of these battles. But the catch is that they are one man down in these fights. So the likelihood for them to win maybe has deduced into a certain percentage. But overall, this is just going to be a tough one to crack right now. But Hazel is getting pushed right through. The Nate now cooked up, but not going to be unleashing it just yet. The rest of the fellas are not going to be pushing through just yet.
Okay, and I guess I do understand the strategy from Rex sending one player to be extracted, because if you have at least one player extracted, means it counts for the whole team's points. So that's really interesting. So that's the strategy that we deploy. But we move forward to Susu now. So Susu, they're not happy with that 200,000 points. They need a lot more. So that's why they are now in this high loot area. But look at the damage by these zombies.
Wow, great play coming in from the rest of Susu. Once they are done with all of that altercation through the bottom end of the tunnel, they find themselves against this boss up top of the roof. How did they even climb up here? But no worries at all. There's gonna be a full spot to be able to deal with that, but there's more zombies coming in from the back. should be able to clear it without any form of hesitation. So Susu, they should be able to add high value. Let's see what's in the bag.
Okay. There you go. But first, you gotta replenish yourself before the next horde of zombies might come. So everyone's resetting, they're taking their time. Okay, and everyone's time to loot. Okay, how much time do they have left? They have about 5 more minutes to go. Now we're back onto the tunnel here. Looks like Arya is shooting at another regular zombie.
Yeah, and from that boss alone, it seems like Rex has been able to add it a total value of 2.2 million at the moment. Naga, on the other hand, we have not really seen what Naga has been cooking, but I believe that they're also hunting out for loot since they're not participating in this form of a underground fight, so to speak. So these 3 teams taking a little too long. Only 5 more minutes left on the clock, ladies and gents. Somebody's got to settle scores.
Well, I do smell what Naga is cooking, and they're cooking up points now. Who needs elimination points if you can collect that amount of loot? And so far, so good for them. 2.5 mil in their pockets, while Rex is trailing behind by 2.2 mil. And Naga is still a full squad in the map, looting somewhere, and they can add more to their point tally. Now they have about roughly 4 minutes left. And I'm not too sure of FLS. Are they able to extract themselves in time because they are still in the tunnel?
Yeah, it's so tough to even navigate that way out and also look for an extraction point at the very same time. Fellas, have they done just about enough where they only have about 171 at the moment? But of course, consider the fact that they have 4 eliminations. That seems to be pretty good when it comes down to what they've added in the form of 300k per elimination.
Right. Okay. So that's the extraction point in front of Naga. So they're doing their last minute shopping before they extract themselves. They should be pretty happy with the 2.6 mil or maybe 2.7 mil by the time they extract. But here we go. Land plus 1 immediately gets a knockdown. There you go. That's going to be probably 300k in the bag.
Wow, beautiful stuff. As they will be able to just get even more. If Land can secure another one, that will be absolutely perfect for the side of the fellas, as they already have, of course, navigated with this certain zone for extraction point. Myself, though, now dealing with the situation, dropping these nades. This is not looking all too good here in the radiation zone where full-on battle is taking place. 3 minutes on the clock left, and it's going to be 6 the boy that will be able to find it all. And let's see, does he manage to cash out? He's got 1.6 at the moment. He can actually take all these other weapons, including the P90 that's worth 75k.
Yeah, that's the big number that I saw earlier on. That's a nice ticket there. But now we are back onto FLS, so it looks like they have company around this area, and everybody wants to have a piece of this high loot area, the radiation area. But we do see an extraction happening, and that's probably going to be one of the other teams.
Yep, that's right. And on top of that, Pram identified that there are runners out there. And oh, what a catch that was from Pram. He also spots the second one. Gets 2. Oh,
nice.
Fellas, they're just reaping all of these rewards absolutely from the hands of Pram.
Oh, that's a beautiful one by Pram. 600k in the pocket, just like that, from the rooftop. Nice sharp shooting by the man himself. And now we got Papa here. I think he's the one that needs a daddy right now because he's all alone.
I'm not too sure if he can even survive to make the cut. There's 650,000 Metro cash in hand. So he's got to quickly look for that extraction point. At least walk away with something of value. Now, 3 teams eliminated already. It's between FLS, Rex, as well as Naga to be able to really take up with those big points. Meanwhile, Hazel, he saw the extraction point, but there is smoke being popped right there. So, Api, you will be able to actually navigate safely off of that extraction point. So, good work. And now it's Tyranno's Rex's turn to actually get off the map as well.
Yeah. Adios, amigo. From him. And now Rex, yeah, they should be okay. I mean, the extraction point is just next to them. So, it's just a matter of time till they extract themselves. I mean, a minute is plenty of plenty of time for them to get out of this. Okay, and they are getting ready right now. So we will end around number 1 real soon. Okay, honey, last finish. Oh, no, dude. Time's up, dude. Gotta get up right now, okay? Yeah, I believe his team is calling back.
Yeah, 45 seconds and less on the clock at the moment, as Hazel is already ejecting off of the match. But Papa, he's so far off from the zone. Can he make it in time? He's trying to get out of this area, but he's still underneath the tunnel.
Oh no, this is bad. 25 more seconds left. I doubt he'll be able to make it. So, yeah, but so his 650k that he looted, unfortunately, that might not count. But for the other members of FLS, looks like they're making their way through. And if you gotta think about FLS, they have not extracted at all as well. Oh no, Contra, this is bad. 2.5 mil.
And 7 elimination points as well. They could have overtaken Naga because Naga did not have an extraction. But we have Arya. Arya could be the only hope left. Is there enough time on the clock right now? He's got to make it out. And is it time up yet? Oh, unfortunately, I don't think he does.
Yep. So the benchmark is 10 minutes left. You see 9 minutes, that's it. So FLS, as much work as they have done with the 7 eliminations at 2.5k, unfortunately, they will not gain anything this round. So you got to keep to your time, ladies and gentlemen. Punctuality is everything.
It indeed is everything right here. FLS have done so well. And we saw coming into the radiation zone, they absolutely dominated. They even took out Susu into so many of all these instances that they were supposed to get out, bagging with even 7 elimination points. Papa is also late to the party, so I believe that will only mean that there is one team that will secure plenty full of points, and that will be Naga to be topping the charts.
So FLS, they are one of the teams that got locked in on the underground fight. And they spent so much time there. Great. They got 7 eliminations. Amazing. But maybe because they spent so much time there and they wanted to continue to do it elsewhere, they forgot about the timer and all those points don't mean anything. Man, that is just heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking. It wasn't the first instance that has happened throughout the tournament. I mean, the Thai region also have had a very similar case where you have a very well-performing team, but they did not manage to eject into their aircraft in time. So I guess this is lesson learned where you got to also handle time management on top of survival, on top of fighting with other teams, as well as looting up. It's actually very, very difficult if you really consider all the factors involved. I guess the pressure is absolutely on in this next match.
Now, I want to check out the stats later on, right, to see whether the top team gained any elimination points. I kind of doubt so. It felt that FLS scored all the eliminations that they could get, and nobody else really scored any other eliminations. So if that is true, then potentially the top team here did not score any eliminations. So are we saying here again that the meta is avoid all fights at cost, focus on the loot?
Yeah, I think this has been the best way to go around, where you take the least amount of risk and you just basically stash whatever Metro cache that you can find all across the map, because it's not only one portion of the map where you can find it. Sure, there are high value loots into central areas of play, but is it exactly worth it to be putting yourself into that sticky situation like what you saw in the tunnel?
Yeah, so this is where other teams, or I would say in preparation for the next round, or even the Malaysian region, they'll be watching these two sets of regions going at each other. And I'm pretty sure by the time, I wouldn't say I'm pretty sure, but likely by the time we reach the Malaysian region, they'll be like, okay guys, they've proven it to us. Taking fights are not worth it. So maybe we'll just all call it a truce chill and just make it like a looting race.
Yeah, I guess if you want to take that fight, you got to take it late, because that's where you understand that your opponents have already looted up. So that is that perfect time for you to strike. Because even if you eliminate somebody super early on, what is there to take? There's barely any loot that's actually worth risking your life for, other than, you know, securing that 300k. Because by doing so, you will be able to reap so much more. Because who knows, if you catch even that one person in that late game, he could be holding more than 2 million in the bag.
Yeah, you're right. You catch that one person who has 2 million in the bag, you take his 2 million, you extract in time, bang. That would be pretty cool. Although, of course, as a player, you wouldn't know how much they're carrying. You just need to
Try.
do whatever it takes. You just try, right? But you know, I'm all in for this strategy of trying to camp out at maybe a regular extraction points and try to shoot whoever who is there. But of course, maybe you don't really know what is the pattern or where's the regular extraction point yet, because this game is still new. But if you see a pattern and you're like, okay, that's the extraction point that everybody normally goes, you camp there to try to stop whoever who wants to take the extraction. Sounds pretty nice.
Yeah. You know, early on, I was asking that question, what if they let the timer run out to 0? Now that with this rule being implemented, it makes so much more sense, because with the added pressure of a limited time, you will need to decide what exactly will be your game plan moving into each respective matchup. You also have to segregate the tasks. I mean, you got 4 members, right? You can send somebody on to a treasure hunt, and then you have maybe 2 people fighting the boss, and another one trying to look out for certain points to either pick off or even maybe extract at the very same time. So there's multiple alternatives other than, playing it just like how a normal battle royale round would be like.
Yeah, I know, right? So the meta is still being discovered, I believe, but it does seem to shape towards okay, we play it safe, we focus on the loot. Or maybe some of these teams are still experimenting, because it's still experimentation. Okay, what if we're able to wipe out 2 teams, 3 teams, and then we go for the extraction? Would it be worthwhile? Maybe. I mean, it's still arguable, right? Because it's still shaping the meta. But let's check out the points from the previous round. It is round number 1 of the Indonesia region, and a Royal Naga ID is on top.
Oh, beautiful work being displayed by the side of Royal Naga overall, where, like you said, it seems to be the ones that did not participate in the fights to be able to just churn up with very massive results out here with 2.8, and just a couple 100,000 shy is Tyranno Rex at number 2 with 2.4 mil. C Team 3 gets to actually walk out with 2 elimination points, and that totals up to 600k. Unfortunately for Susu, they were supposed to actually bank out with about 2.5 million at the very least. They were too late to just extract out of that match.
Yeah, and Fella's ID, unfortunately, even though they scored 7 eliminations and they got a decent amount of loot, but because they did not extract themselves within the 20-minute time frame, it's 0 points for them in this round. So yeah, if not, they would have been maybe at least top 3 for sure, because for sure they have collected more points than C Team Tiga.
That's right. And with that said, they once again will need to go back on the drawing board and see a whole lot more. But it's Naga Api coming in from our winning team with a total of 874,000 in this span of a match.
Yeah, so congratulations to our MVP this time. We have seen bigger numbers in the millions. So 874, I'm sure we'll see bigger numbers later on. But then again, it is the first round at this stage for them. They're probably still warming up to the game. So, and after this, we will be coming to the second map, which is Arctic Base in our game number 2 of the Indonesia Qualifiers region, day number 1. So, what would you expect to see coming into game number 2?
I will expect to see major improvements coming in from those that did not manage to score any points at all. So Falcons-wise, or should I say the side of Fella's ID, they definitely do look really good. But you know what looks even better? If you do have some of all these great exclusive loots coming in with the Airdrop Carnival Power Bash, you can have a whole lot of great day.
Yeah, have a great day, they say. I really love the pun there. I see what you did there. PUBG Mobile, I see what you did there. I love it. I love the pun. So this is where you can explore the Ocean Odyssey new theme area called the Pirates Woody Island. So check it out inside your classic game, ladies and gentlemen. But you can also check this out inside the game, which is the Caladria X suit. And also the advanced upgradable MG3 that's currently available right now for a limited amount of time until the 13th of August only. And I must say, I really love that helmet.
Yeah, I just love how it kind of is like a golden samurai as well. So it is a little bougie and also very traditional at the very same time. Like I just love like this Japanese folklore team as well. Like, I mean, some say it's folklore, but it's also part of their history as well. Now, of course, Galadriel's X-Suit is only available till the 13th, so you only got a couple days to be able to snack that. So make sure you do so as we prepare ourselves for our second matchup in this Indonesia qualifiers. You know, it was heartbreaking. Teams might need to recover from a very devastating blow, such as Fellas ID was done exceptional. Now, this team definitely shows that they can actually take fights. They can also have that party into loot. If they manage their time just a little bit more efficient, that would be great. But I guess that circumstance, like you said, being stuck under the tunnel, in between sandwich, and there's just not much opportunities for them to get that clean escape route for them to efficiently loot.
Yeah, and they missed the timer by like what, a minute or two? That was
Almost.
so close. Yeah, it was so close. If only like they communicated better and remind each other that, hey guys, we have like, you know, X amount of time left, let's start going. And you kind of anticipate the distance between you and also the extraction point, then yeah, at least they would have kept the points. But yeah, it's unfortunate. And what makes it even tighter is that we're only looking for one team from each region to qualify onto the next round. So they have 3 more rounds to go for them to make amends.
Yeah, it's pretty grueling, but it is definitely a tight race for Royal Naga, because once they were ejecting out, like there's only a couple of 100,000s that really differentiate number 1 as well as number 2. So in the next round, we'll keep up to speed whether or not can the rest of the pack actually catch up, because even in these couple of matches that we've seen coming from the Thai region, if you get a really good round, you can get like what, perhaps more than even 5 million. So that is something that I want to see if teams are able to do.
Yeah, and what is the formula to do it right? So you see big numbers there, but there must be like a formula of like, okay, do we go here to loot first? Do we do that first, or do we do whatever first, right? So this will be shaped by the teams as we go along this tournament. I'm pretty sure. Try to find the most efficient route. Try to find the place where you will kind of know that, okay, that area is a high loot area, high tier loot area, and go for it. And also not to forget that if you play inside this game, the loots are not marked on the minimap. So you have to know where exactly the loots are at whichever area that you're playing, whether it's underneath the bridge, it could be a bit hidden, so that you don't miss out on those loots and you go to another area not knowing that you have completed your loots in that previous area. So the map knowledge itself is to the extent of like knowing where the boxes are.
Yeah, I think like that is absolutely key into figuring out how much you can actually gain. And on top of, you know, all these potential zombie spawns where you can even, of course, get some of all these boss challenges up very early into the match. So if they could basically secure that successfully, that's a guaranteed million at the very least, or at least close to a million, should I say. Now that I've thought things through, like perhaps the ideal situation here is like, yes, you definitely have to go for loots first, and you probably want to win one battle to secure it. So perhaps if they're confident enough, just go ahead, once they're done looting, send that one member to take everything and go to the extraction point. You guarantee that amount, and then whatever fights that you want to take up next, you win that one battle, and perhaps spend some time more if you do have that privilege, just to get that bonus. So other than that, I feel like they could do however they please.
Since you're coming up with thoughts, right? So I have a thought as well. So far, we see the top teams not taking fights, or at least not getting eliminations, right? What if the reason that they not doing that, besides the objective of like, okay, we want to collect loots, is that they are not confident with their firepower?
Maybe.
So yeah, so here's the big idea, right? Those teams that are willing to take fights, especially like 7 eliminations, 8 eliminations, it's clear that they're quite confident with their firepower. And what if the game plan is that for them to, well, you can't hot drop in this mode, but to rotate to find those top teams to eliminate them as early as possible?
Oh, now that actually changes everything right now. So you're saying that perhaps even Royal Naga might actually see a target on their back the moment the game starts. They'll be on the hunt. Of course, first and foremost, with those sort of spawns coming in across the map, you need to also identify whether or not if that team in specific is the team that you're actually hitting on. So just take your pick. If that is going to be the game plan, I guess it can actually work out. But of course, consider the fact that, it's level 6 vest, level 6 helmet. It's not going to be all too straightforward. But so long as they don't play on open space, I think they're fine.
Yeah, I understand as well, right? It's not like Battle Royale whereby you can analyze, these teams' drop spots is here, they like to rotate here from that particular drop spot at the start of the game. This is like, well, you don't exactly know where they spawn. You kind of have an idea because they will start off at the corners, but you don't know that team itself that you want to hunt. Is it that team, or could it be another team that has the level of firepower that you have? So you kind of like roll the dice to sort of take that risk if you think it's worthwhile for you to do it. But let's see if that actually happens. But I doubt so, since it's only game number 2 out of our 4 games. We'll be jumping into Arctic Base for the Indonesian qualifiers.
That's right. A change of scenery and a change of hands, perhaps, to see who will be the ones at the top to cash out on most of that Metro cash as we jump right into another one. This time, of course, we're taking a look into Toronto Rex, currently holding into a top 2 position with Royal Naga leading the charge. So Naga Mas already coming into the area of play, taking the quick zip line to just get right through the middle. So as we can take a look into the mini map, Missile Silo is going to be the spot for what's about to happen. A whole lot of contests for those high value loot.
All right, here we go. Missile Silo. Earlier on, we saw with the Thai region, we got like 4 teams fought it out inside of Missile Silo. We might see it again because I can see that these teams, they are somewhat heading towards the direction, especially for the teams up north. So they're pretty interesting to see if they actually end up there. So if that happens again, then well, this could be another either Mexican stand-up or it's a quick round because the fact that they eliminate each other.
Yeah, and on top of that, you take a look into the mini map, both fellas as well as Susu, they're in the tunnels again. So who knows? It might just be episode 2 of just locking each other out inside of the area of play. And they're just getting a perfect bird's eye view against each other. Immediately you see them turning tails and run. Oh boy, it seems like history is about to repeat itself, but they are a lot wiser this time to not go in for the full challenge.
Yeah, they learned from the previous round is now. It's not going to be worthwhile for them to lock themselves in a Mexican stand-up. So, as they say in Malaysia, Tiao Lu. All right, so they, basically they move away. Yeah, if I were to translate that. But here's another game tip here. Explore the underground for loots and shortcuts to certain areas of the map. Ooh, this will save some time.
Yeah, and of course, we already have these 2 teams here exploring out and about, but Armstrong absolutely flexing in this one as they will try to eliminate all these mobs coming in their way. Now, that is going to be a gold yellow box. I believe that to be still some high value items that will be in the back for the side of Team SI. Stacking up to 300k at the moment. Meanwhile, FLS is the one that is having the most at the moment.
Yeah, let's remember that the FLS, they extracted late the previous round. So this is the round that they need to make up for it. But don't happen. Other teams are close by. Rex is here as well. And FLS, yeah, they did have the 5 power as shown in the previous round, but they need to maintain the consistency. If you get eliminated early, well, that's 2 rounds in a row, potentially 0.
Yeah, this is just so tough for the side of Susu. Caught up in between with nothing to loot. Meanwhile, Fellas gets caught out. This is huge coming in from the side of Bray as they push right through. Great Molotov toss right in as a response coming from the side of Fellas. But Grenade Galore now lopped right in. And I don't think that Jimmy will be able to make the cut, perhaps. Another big splash of a chunk of damage to be done. If Ariel wants any hope of keeping his teammates alive, they got to go in for rescue right now. But there is still more to come with pressure from the side of Tyranno Rex.
And Hanif secures his first elimination. And that's going to be 300,000 in the bag. Now, let's see what happens here because looks like Rex is still pretty much in the chase of FLS. I mean, they do have the confidence. They do have the numbers. While that, loot up on your enemy's box. And I do see an AK there. 80,000 loot worth.
Yeah, but by default, they already have AK of their own. It's more about all the other stash of items as well that you get to replenish. Oh, they're all stuck underneath Susu.
Oh.
From one end to another, they are still in a predicament. And this time, it's against TTM. I just feel like this team just have the worst of luck possible.
I know, right? I mean, now stuck to the pickle. So it's going to be pretty hard for them to get out of this. But let's see here. We do have probably, I don't know. Okay, I don't know how they're going to get out of this for now. It's like they need to take the fight head on. But for you to be in this sort of a situation, if you come up, then, you know, you're going to show yourself head first. But at least they have some space to play with in the underground area.
They absolutely do. But do they have enough loots? Probably not. Perhaps the game plan here is to just wait maybe about 3 minutes of not doing all too much and then hoping for other teams to waste their time as well, knowing that there's nothing for them to take and they have already expended a lot of resources. That's where you can either, 1, strike them, or 2, walk out safely.
Well, I wonder how safe they can walk out, you know, in case there's like other teams close by, since there's a high tier loot area. But now Smokers, he's gonna put that brave move to show himself up just to be knocked down back again.
Yeah, he didn't really carry his weapon with him. He took it out very late in that skirmish. Meanwhile, Wayun just getting a little bit more cover. Naga Amas holding from the top side. This is just a power play going on. There's just not going to be any form of a refuge where Susu can actually walk away scot-free. So maybe turning the other way around isn't a bad idea after all.
Yeah, I know, right? And the timer is running out though. So they have about 14 more minutes to go before the timer runs out. Again, what we learned from the previous round is that if you're locked in with the Mexican standoff, it doesn't really help either side.
Not at all. But at the very least, this is going to be Naga, which have banked in huge amounts coming in from the past matchup. But this time they are taking a very different approach. They might have heard us say, hey, maybe we don't have enough firepower. They actually do have a whole lot. But it's actually TTM that is going to be going for that form of push with that 5 mil already in the bag. So they are happy with where they're currently sitting at.
Yeah. Well, TTM, they're not involved with these fights. Oh, they are. Apologies there. Because of the player named Naga. But anyway, right now TTM trying to pick up a few more points here. But 5 million, is it going to be enough, or will it be better if they go somewhere else and loot? I'm not too sure about that because it will also depend on what other teams do as well by the end of the day.
Yeah, and I guess the closest competitor right now is going to be Fellas, who have already lost 1 member. So that means 1 less back to carry out of that match. So would it be safe enough? I guess that TTM could still spend about 5 more minutes to go in for their last-ditch effort and start to look outside of the player area. Then they will be absolutely rewarded. Now, Fellas, I believe they are losing a lot of all these cash, as there is going to be a boss that will be fighting up against. Well, not exactly to be too challenging for the side of the Nagas to take down.
Yeah, so there you go. Looks like they left that area. But look who's in this area. So we do have Susu together with Rex. Now, Susu is at a deficit after their one elimination. Negative 800. So they need to find loots in order for them to at least get back to a positive. But it's not only getting back into a near positive, they have to chase the points at the top because, again, only the top team will move on to the next round.
Yep, and here we have a brawl going on. Tempe Basa and the rest of Susu still going at it. Perhaps their game plan right now, they know it is a little too late, so why not challenge the team? And if we win, we get everything on the line. That nade was a little too close, though. Slight little damage being done towards the side of Han, but other than that, not too difficult for them to navigate around. For a moment, I thought that was Zuxi, but that's Zaxi.
Must be inspired by. I wonder there's a Lexi. Okay, I try. As his twin brother. But I guess not. But anyway, Rex right now, 3.4 million, and they're looking to gain eliminations out of Susu, and they're surrounding Susu. Okay, here we go. 11 more minutes, they could probably do it.
Here goes a full brawl on. Immediately catches onto Tsubasa, but over the corner, he didn't check. Papa creates back, and he goes down, but not without a fight coming in for the rest of the Rex as well.
Oh man, but the elimination still happens. So Rex still lost that one player though. It's a bit unfortunate that actually happened. But anyway, overall, Rex still won this fight, and now they have the time to loot up their opponent's boxes.
Yeah, and out of that last-ditch effort, they now add to the 2.6 mark. Not too shabby after all, but to chase up against the fellas as well as TTM, it's going to be a tough ordeal. Fellas, they did exceptionally well the past round. It's just unfortunate that they didn't manage to cash out in time. Now there's only about 10 more minutes on to what's left. So they can actually play around the outskirts, and they managed to see there is a medical supply crate that they could just add into their backs as well. So things seems to be looking to be pretty all right now that the fellas are nowhere in danger.
Well, looks like now we are, at least the fellas, they are doing pretty well this time. So they could probably make up to whatever happened in the previous round, as long as they extract themselves within the time frame. And they have about 9 minutes to do so. As for Naga, well, looks like they are already done, and some of them are prepared to leave this area. But some of them are not. Imas from TTM now in a pickle with another team.
Big nades now drop right in. And seems like it's going to be a very tough angle for the receiving end of Citiga. So let's see if there's going to be any form of response, because at the moment, only 1.7 billion, the lowest that are surviving at the moment. So if they do win that trade, though, imagine how much they can get out of TTM.
Oh, yeah, I know, right? So this is the high-risk, high-reward part of the game, right? If you choose to lock in yourself in the fight. But Awok, he's done as well. Okay, asking for an extraction. So SI sends one up. But overall, SI right now, 1.7 mil. Not the best of numbers, but still, whatever happens, there's still tomorrow to go.
Yeah, you can see they already have this plan overall. Each team now sends at least one member for the extraction, first and foremost, to guarantee a certain value. So now they can commit to that late game, playing with these three members. TTM's not doing so yet. They are still holding on to that 6 million at the moment. Oh, this is very, very risky, my friend, but they are already looking for alternative routes. Rex, however, they have 2.7, but perhaps they might be saying, hey, this might just be okay to book out.
No shots fired by Za. Boy, looking up this nade, he can blow a nice one into their faces. It will be great. Okay, nice angle, tossed out, but then again, PTM, they did not bite the bait, so no casualties there.
Whoa, great damage being done as Boy managing to pop a grenade that catches onto two. And it does not us. Oh, this is looking pretty bad. No, this is the time to strike. DT got there, gonna look for it.
Go, left, right. And boy, still survives. And now they rush it all in right now, ladies and gentlemen. They should be able to get it out now, but Zah cannot lose this fight. And Zah survives it for his team. Look at the amount of health he has. And he did it. He did it for SI.
How the tables have turned. The unthinkable has happened. SI, they now claim more than 6 million from the side of TTM. Oh, that was such a waste for TTM to commit to that.
Whew. Wow, that was a good rush in there. They knew that they have the advantage after the 2 knocks. Immediately rush in and look at the amount of loot here. Okay, I'm looking at our numbers going up right now. 2.6 to 2.7, potentially even more really soon. And even those numbers, they have not counted the numbers that they've gotten through eliminations. And through eliminations, they have got 1.2 mil.
Yeah, it's just crazy what's really happening in this matchup. Absolutely do enjoy this Indonesian bout of an affair. As now you see Team SI at the top, defeating everybody out there with that I thought it was 6 million. Now it's 7 million on the block. Oh, wow. Ooh. I don't believe my eyes that this could ever happen to a team like TTM that has done so well in the early game.
Yeah, I know, right? Man, they had a lot of loot onto them. And this is the thing, right? You had a lot of loot on you. You take that fight, you win, cool. But if you lose it, then all your loot could potentially go to your opponent. And if you add up all the numbers right now, SI has about 8 million plus. And not look at this contract. They also have 1 player extracted, meaning that their loots are already locked in irregardless.
Yeah, and at least there was a little something in return for them in order to at least get out of the matchup. But yeah, we can only feel for some of these guys out here. Susu, I guess they were really put into a very difficult spot overall into this entire lobby. Oh, once again, stuck inside of the tunnel, unable to really respond or so. But of course, incredible work coming from the side of SI, which they have finally figured it out. Get that. If you're behind, go for that fight. you must take that fight.
Yeah, it's like you have to take that risk, right? If not, the gap will become bigger and bigger. So great work by them. Man, that is so good. Okay, now it's more of like how much they can maintain even tomorrow. Assuming that they extract themselves nice and safe. They don't lose out their loot to anyone else, though. That could potentially still happen with the other 3 remaining teams in the map still.
Yeah, only 4 minutes to go before they go directly into the aircraft. So I believe that every team, their focus point right now is to journey their way through those tunnels if they're inside to get out of here. SI, there's no time to loot up anymore. You gotta go for that extraction point. But are they a little too far away? That's what we want to find out. Meanwhile, Armstrong, you might run right into Meepo now. This is going to be bad news. So from what I saw from Meepo's side, I think that was about 500,000 in their sense. Perhaps so. But here goes 2.7 in API.
But look at this, right? Naga themselves, 7.2. They're not too far away for SI, and they don't need the elimination, so they didn't really need to put themselves at risk, but yet they still able to collect that amount of points. But speaking about points collected, so we have about 3 more minutes to go. Now only Rex have not had at least 1 representative who has been extracted.
Yeah, for Rex, I gotta see where exactly they are at the moment because I haven't really spot them out just yet. They don't want to commit into the same ordeal like how some of the teams have not been able to cash out in that previous run. But for the side of SI, they will find themselves 7.5k richer. And remember this, there's even 1.2 mil from eliminations alone for the side of C Team Diga.
There you go. SI,
Oh,
they're out. Oh, is that? Okay. Not too sure. But anyway, SI, what we're sure is that they have only one player left yet to be extracted. And Rex is going out as well. So all teams would at least have one representative extracted before the timer goes out. So I guess lesson learned, ladies and gentlemen.
that's great. Massive improvements coming out of all the teams out there. Of course, Susu, tough luck for today. We hope to actually see a whole lot more for tomorrow. 2 minutes left as we see the last hurdle coming in from the side of Armstrong. But I think that he's just making sure that he keeps the surrounding clear before ejecting out. So here we go. One of the teammates even left a smoke grenade if in the case anything happens at all.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be too safe. But anyway, it will be not valuable anymore to hold any of these utilities by the end of this round. So might as well just use it. And Pram is going to do the same. He's going to extract himself, the second last member in the map still for FLS. So FLS, they have one other player left. Api here, okay, he's being extracted too, so he'll be out. So Lan is on his way to. I mean, I would expect like right now, all these players, they will focus on the extraction and they will just, not do any last minute shopping because you have a minute left.
Yeah, there's 2 extraction points for Land to choose from. And of course, it seems like he has managed to conquer a whole lot of space for himself. 800K. Not too shabby of an effort coming over the side of the fellas, as this will be the final cash out coming in for FLS to secure a round. Now, there's about 30 over seconds on the clock. I believe that this is about time for everybody to just get right by. Now, here comes the rest of Tyranno Rex, as they will be able to please bank 3.4.
Yeah, one more to go. Okay, Meepo. There you go. This is where you can flex your emotes, right? Meepo, let's go. One time. Yep, there you go. He is out. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen, for this round. Everybody managed to get out before the 20-minute timer goes out. So everyone will lock in their points.
Yeah, that was beautiful. And finally, we see super efficient gameplays coming from majority of the teams. And of course, there are still teams that has yet to really figure out the most efficient way to go. But I think that from the Indonesia region, they definitely have some really solid gameplays to offer all of us on how Metro Royale Esports is looking like here in this region.
Yeah, so a bit of a different sort of feel and also a different meta that is shown. We still see, okay, when it comes to taking fights, at least these teams, at least in game number 2, that is, they take fights a little bit faster. I guess there's something that they learned from game number 1 is that you cannot be locked in with a Mexican standoff for too long, and not the points will just be, the gap points will just be big. But there's also a lot of value in case you get to eliminate a team that hold a lot of points. So we saw how the tides turn early on.
Yeah, it definitely did. And it was just so tough of a pill to swallow for the side of TTM. They were really banking on hopes to really get out of that match safely, right? And then just like that, being caught into the fight underneath that tunnel when they were really looking for that exit plan, they just got absolutely gated.
Yep. So gatekeeping can happen, and it was done by the team that had more loot, I would say. But just for them to lose that fight with the 2 nades, or 1 nade, or the 1 nade with 2 knocks, or a couple of nades with 2 knocks, and that made them lost the entire plot. They got rushed in, and when they got eliminated, that's like 7 million gone just like that, and you got no loot out of that. I don't think they even got any elimination. So if that's going to be the case, then it's a 0-point round for them.
Yeah, I guess like they really was aiming for just pure loot, no fights at all. And you can see the hesitancy to even commit to that battle. The moment that they actually see each other, they were the first to run. But even with sending that one person to hold out, it wasn't exactly enough, right? And when we take a look into how these upcoming games can actually be played, what if tomorrow, when we go back into this Indonesia qualifier, They go ahead, have their own safe loot, and then people just started to camp that tunnel heading into the late game so that it blocks that access for anybody to even get out to cash out. That could be a very sticky scenario that nobody wants to be in. It's either you give me your loot or you're not getting out alive. So what will you pick? What will you do if that's gonna happen?
Oh man, I mean it's so hard, right? Like even for you to find an advantage to like, okay, I toss a nade to try to knock down my opponents, and get that level of advantage. It also depends on a lot of factors like how they position themselves and all that. And let's not forget as well, nades are limited because they only start with a standard loadout. Everyone has the same loadout, so that means the nades are limited as well. They cannot just spam throw their nades hoping to land something. In order to answer your question, honestly, I don't know at this point. But if it was me playing, I think I'll be pretty comfortable with the strategy of just avoiding fights and just focusing on the loot for now.
Yeah, that definitely would be the most ideal way to go about going unchallenged at all. But sometimes other teams tend to take the challenge to you. So, like, if I were to be a team that has this formula, like, you want to avoid risk at all costs. When you spot that somebody, run the other way around. Just don't even consider going anywhere close. Sure, throw your Molotovs, throw some of all these facts, keep them at bay, and then just make a dash for it. Like, when you lose that one member, don't even turn your back. Don't consider even trying to rescue him because it's not going to be worthwhile.
Yeah, just like what Elsa would say, let it go. You know? Just gotta let it go. But I had a new thought as well, right? So let's say, right, you become the team that just avoids fights and then you focus onto just looting, right? Like you're not interested at all. What if, like, when you focus onto looting, but so happen like all those fights that happen and maybe like 2-3 teams are in the high loot area, like what we saw earlier on, and you're forced to loot at like the smaller areas that don't have high tier loot, would the value be able to catch up with teams who take that risk to go to the high tier loot area?
It is really difficult to tell because you will have to spend a lot more time to match certain values, and perhaps you might not be even anywhere as close to what Team Tiga has managed to achieve in this matchup.
Okay.
Look at that. This is the record-breaking mark for the entire course of the evening. 8,775,575.
Okay, now we're talking here, ladies and gentlemen. 4 eliminations in the process. So for 4 eliminations, they would have gotten 1.2 mil. So imagine if they did not have that 1.2 mil, Royal Naga ID would be above them. So they, at least for the 2 rounds that they have played, they have found some form of balance in a particular round.
Yeah, and with such staggering numbers out there, they could also easily be holding on to that number 1 spot. But remember this, Royal Naga ID also had a magnificent run. They were the ones to win match 1 here for the Indonesia qualifier. So perhaps they would still have an upper hand when you go into the standings, but boy has been that phenomenal player that has been able to pick off the rest of TTM in order to open up this giant bank account for the team.
5.1 mil just by himself. And not only he's good at looting, he managed to eliminate 2 players. So that's 600,000 in the pocket as well. Man, boy, let's see how consistent he can be, because by showing up these numbers, like other regions will be looking at it and say, hey, you know what? If we do end up meeting at the next stage, that's the guy for us to beat.
Oh, wow. Take a look at the overall rankings, Sir Cloud. We have Royal Naga ID leading by a slight margin. C Team Tiga with that massive point haul within that round itself is going to be very close within reach, less than 1,700,000 or less, perhaps, in order to make a tie against Royal Naga ID. Meanwhile, fellas, not also coming up with some decent margins with 6.5, Toronto Rex with 3.6 as well. Meanwhile, it's a tie between TTM Esports as well as Susu.
Yeah, so Susu right now 300,000. Oh, It looks like tomorrow will be a brand new day for them. But at least nobody went down out of the 2 rounds without anything at all, right? Thanks to the one elimination each for TTM as well as Susu, they still carry forward 300,000. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen, for the Indonesian region. We are done with both Zombie Uprising and Arctic Base. Next, we will be jumping into the Malaysian region for day number 1, back in Zombie Uprising.
Now, this is something that I've been looking forward for as well because, just like the Indonesians, Malaysians also do love a whole lot of PUBG mobile action. I believe that they do have a whole lot of creative ways to actually show us how they actually play Metro Royale in this competitive setting. So we'll see how exactly will they fare against, the play styles of Thailand, the play styles of Indonesia. But so far, I love what I'm seeing from all of our Indonesian players on board throughout that past 2 match.
Yes, and next up will be the Malaysian region. So who knows what sort of play style will they bring onto the table. So gotta prepare yourselves for that, ladies and gentlemen, because we'll be going for a short break. And when we're back, we'll see you guys in a new region. So do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back for the Malaysian region with the last 2 maps.
Welcome to Metro Royale Rookie Manual. Today, we'll be introducing the Frontline Confrontation map. Frontline Confrontation is a Metro Royale map suitable for rookies. This is where the Steel Front and the Cobras once fiercely fought. Members of both factions have remained even after the ceasefire. Due to the urban areas of Frontline Confrontation being relatively spread out, there is a lower chance of encountering other players when collecting supplies. The overall pace of this map is relatively relaxed. However, the terrain being mostly flat results in a very open view. Most areas only offer trees or rocks as cover. Thus, you'll need to be extra careful of enemies when moving about and evacuating. That's why many players opt for the underground routes. Frontline Confrontation has 5 underground areas, 2 subway lines, a tunnel, a storage vault, and an armory. Be aware that enemies hiding in the dark underground areas are difficult to detect. Those who wish to safely explore the underground areas should bring a night vision helmet, night vision goggles, or a thermal sight scope to see enemies in the dark. Since frontline confrontation doesn't have a radiation zone and urban supplies are spread out, those wishing to collect supplies quickly can go to the underground storage vault connected to battle line. After scavenging the surface, head deeper underground to search for more supplies. Furthermore, frontline confrontation has 2 password-locked doors, located at Tribe and Yasnaya PD. They must be opened using password letters of the corresponding color. Password letters are commonly found in the file cabinets or file packages. The supply crates behind the password-locked doors contain valuable items that can be sold and are important resource points. Of course, you can also challenge the bosses. Apart from the 2 permanent bosses marked on the frontline confrontation map, bosses also randomly spawn. These bosses have high health and varied attacks. Before challenging them, make sure to have enough ammo and consumables. When fighting a boss, utilize the cover of your surroundings or move quickly to dodge attacks. Defeating these powerful enemies provides a chance to get better equipment. That's all for this intro to the frontline confrontation map. Go explore it yourself. Welcome to Metro Royale, Rookie Manual. The old blockade zone was formerly a military-restricted area, but now 2 evil forces divide the land. If frontline confrontation could be considered as a new player's tutorial, then Old Blockade Zone would be their first real adventure into the underground. Old Blockade Zone is more abundant in supplies than frontline confrontation. However, accessing the Old Blockade Zone's advanced mode also has a higher loadout requirement. Old Blockade Zone is a dense urban area with tightly packed buildings. While collecting supplies, it's common to encounter other players, so don't let down your guard while exploring. Of course, you can also move around via the underground routes. Although Old Blockade Zone only has 1 subway line, it's vast and complex, connecting multiple areas of the underground. Of those areas, the deserted base is a dark zone. Dark zones have lots of supplies, but are also shrouded in danger. Night vision equipment is a must. Continue following the subway line to reach the Radiation Zone. The Radiation Zone has the best rewards, but also the most risk. It contains valuable supplies, but is full of radiation and danger. When entering, be ready to face radiation and enemies. Besides the fast procurement of supplies in the Radiation Zone, Old Blockade Zone also has 3 password-locked doors, blocking you from some high-value sellable items. They're located in the barracks, snake pit, and the underground garage. Password letters of the corresponding color must be used to open the door and obtain the supplies. To obtain better supplies and equipment, you will need to challenge and eliminate bosses. Apart from the 2 permanent bosses marked on the map, there are also a few points that randomly spawn invasion bosses that provide more opportunities to obtain equipment. That's all for this intro to the Old Blockade Zone map. Go explore it yourself. Welcome to Metro Royale, Rookie Manual. Today, we'll be introducing the Misty Port map. Misty Port was originally a small portside town with a pleasant climate, but a few incidents left it a desolate area that is now restricted. Only 2 major forces remain, competing for resources. Misty Port's main activity area is 1,700 by 900 square meters. It has rich and complex terrain, and although the urban resource points are scattered, there are many zip lines around the map connecting to the subway line, allowing you to get around quickly. Because of this, Misty Port's overall battle pace is quite fast and intense. The 2 boss spawn points act as gathering points for battles. Compared to other maps, Misty Port's underground isn't as dark and night vision equipment isn't as necessary. Although the subway line is very long and spans the entire map, those wanting to quickly collect supplies will have to go to the Radiation Zone, the Mine Warehouse. The Mine Warehouse is located in the upper right side of the map. Many mutated enemies lurk there, and the large warehouse lab at the center randomly spawns a mutant boss, Variant F, who uses fire, or Variant P, who spews venom. These mutants guard the warehouse's valuable supplies. Compared to the 2 previous maps, the high-value sellable items in Misty Port are more common. To quickly get these supplies, you can skip opening crates in the Radiation Zone and head to the 3 password-locked doors instead. Obtain password letters of the corresponding colors to open them, and obtain the loot within. There are two fixed bosses in Mistyport, Firejoy and Fireroy, that use fire attacks. When challenging them with teammates, spread out as much as possible. Also, be aware that there is chance in each match for the bosses to become reinforced. The bosses can then transform into special bosses that use drones and shields, Handsome Jesse or Handsome Pete. When facing off against them with teammates, make sure to focus your fire. Defeating these powerful enemies provides a chance to get better equipment. That's all for this intro to the Mistyport map. Go explore it yourself.
And this is Mac. Yeah.
Yeah.
So my turn. This is your turn, my turn. It is everybody's turn right now because we are coming on to our final region here, the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Metro Royale Edition. So you've seen how the Thais played, you've seen how the Indonesians played. Next, we're going to see the Malaysians play. But before we go on to that, we would like to give you a reminder of what's happening inside of the game now.
That's right. As if you were to check out what's inside of the client, we do have the airdrop carnival that's currently officially open. Call your friends to join a pirate bash and have a great day where you can explore the Ocean Odyssey new team area, the Pirates Booty Island, and also you can collect airdrop tokens and head to the airdrop carnival in-game event so we can upgrade your airdrop to level 5 for guaranteed set or emote of your choice.
Yes, and this is only available for a limited amount of time as usual. But what else is available for a limited amount of time? It is the Galadria X suit that comes together with an advanced upgradable MG3. Now it's in the game, but it's only there up until the 13th of August. So don't forget to join up the event and unlock coupons and also limited outfit awards together with it. And that helmet is looking really, really fancy.
That's right. And, you guys can check all these cool stuff out. And I've been also loving the MG3 skin that has to come with the set as well. So good luck for you guys in order to secure it. Because you only got a little bit of time. That is till the 13th. And also, if you're looking to join the Carnival Bash, then that is till the 18th. As we dive right in for even more action here in the Metro Royale Esports of PMSL Southeast Asia. This time, we are headed to the Malaysian region in a moment to actually check out what we have in store.
Yeah, and we will have another Naga team. Early on, we saw Royal Naga ID, but here we do have Royal Naga MY coming from the same clan, I believe, and they will be interesting. Let's see if they can do as well as their brothers from the Indonesian region. Very, very early fights, man. Is this the trend of the Malaysian region?
It might just actually be the case, or perhaps they haven't really figured out it all too much, because these early fights don't really result to all too much, but they just want to show who's boss. But what you can do is to deny an entire squad from gaining any points at all. So that's the only benefit of taking that fight early.
Oh, and they got a knock. Okay, here we're talking. So let's see if they can make the most out of this. Now, you did explain that early fights probably don't mean that much or won't give them as much return. And I can understand that. Ideally, you want to eliminate a squad when they have a lot of loot onto them. But hey, it is what it is. And Boy Kodok almost got one for himself.
Yeah, speaking of which, some heavy damage being dished out. As you can see, they do have very sharp shooting prowess coming in from all these members. This matchup, looking into their earnings, it seems to be Team BK, Badak Kendur from the side of Malaysia. But of course, on the other corner, there's also another squad trying to actually look for all these elimination points as well. It's OG versus what I see to be perhaps IM1 or even Naga. So it seems like everybody's got all hands on deck.
So Barakendo literally translate as hippo ben. Yeah, or grammatically it will sound better as a ben hippo. Yeah, there you go, ladies and gentlemen, for our international audience. But here we have Kowalski now with the nade down to the ground, but it will not connect onto anyone. Anyway, the OGs right here, they do have the high ground advantage. So, pretty nice spot to be at.
Yeah, I really do love how Kowalski has been able to assess the situation, just pop a couple of grenades as well as just about enough artillery of bullets to be able to handle the situation. Meanwhile, the exchange still goes through from the side of Badak Kendur. Depleted, it seems to be, for the side where Ikwa have been able to navigate through and finally securing one into the hands of Team Blaze.
That's going to be 300k in the pocket, but that will be tabulated later, not on the score on your right side of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. But Blaze, unfortunately, they lost 2 players. Now, they're not done yet with the fights, though. Boykoro still wants to fight back. Well, it looks like the trend for at least most of the teams that we see on the screen here. They think that this is still your regular battle royale. They're like just not letting each other go.
Yeah, the mindset does not really change overall. But hey, considering it to be so early into this matchup, they will have plenty of time for looting later on. But once again, time is of the essence. They will have to really keep a watchful eye onto their earnings throughout the course of the run. BK right now, losing that one member so early, they're kind of on the deficit at the moment. Same could be said about Blaze because 2 of their members have been taken off of the course. Meanwhile, Boykoto, he's been up here really plowing through all these bullets. He's only got about 400 more.
Yeah, 400 to not only spend on taking out your opponents, but you have to consider that you might need to fight zombies as well. So gotta be very, very efficient with the bullets usage there. Ikwan as well, he does have an exit route behind, but somehow he chooses to still stay here. I guess he really wants those 300 points in the bag. So far, BK... okay, so far... Oh, hang on that thought for a second. Boykoro just got knocked down, so that leaves Ikwan alone now.
Yeah, it's a very, very sticky area for them to play this one out. Hairy, even, some may say. But there's always opportunities for them to just turn the other way route because it's a very wide area. But Ikwan's position is just sublime, getting a perfect bird's eye view, but couldn't really connect the shots in time. But there comes Boy, turning it back around.
Here we go. All onto Ikwan now. Run for your life. Run, Ikwan. Run. Do not look back.
I don't know if there's any corner that he can basically run towards because over onto his back is just a layer of sea. So now he's got a clutch 1 versus 3. Let's see how he holds up to Ikwan. He spots one running over it, and it's going to be Ting. So give the damage. First knock. Okay. Beautiful work, but it's not enough. This is Squad Blaze taken out.
And now they need to deal with zombies, but that should be okay. There should be enough time and space for them to reset themselves still. But still, yeah, they need to find loot. It's not only about getting the zombies, but you need to get the loot in. So it's probably going to be wise for them to try to find an escape route here. They try to take out all the zombies.
Yeah, and at this very moment, while they are taking on some of these zombies out there, we do see that the rest of these squads that are keeping themselves busy with the loots have been able to at least reap some good rewards as we take a look at HLV, already with 1.2 mil, the first one to break the million margin.
Oh, wow. Okay. Again, here's the trend, right? Avoid those fights. Focus on the loot, and you shall be rewarded. So far, HLV have been doing so, and they're not really bothered about like, oh, you guys can have fights elsewhere, you guys can get eliminations, that's okay. Our value of the loot is a lot more than winning fights.
Yeah, and for some reason, right? OG, they have been staying around these compounds for the longest of time. They managed to stash up about 850,000 at the moment. And they have yet to explore even half of the portion of the map just yet. So if they do extend their reach, I do see this team to have quite a high potential, but they got to really race it up against HLV as well. Meanwhile, Naga, they got a plant set up underneath these tunnels, but nobody seems to be making a move just yet. As HLV, they are already thinking about, oh, that's a smart plan. Okay, what they're doing right now, they take a bunch of these loots to move to this extraction point. They mark that this is the extraction point that they will be using in that late game phase. So you drop everything there so that you don't run the risk that if you have a few members out, you know that you just have to come back to the extraction point to get all of this giant reward to cash out.
Ah, that is a really smart strategy. So even if you happen to take fights with other teams, and if you lose the fight, but you have at least maybe that one player still alive, you can go and collect those loots and secure them and just cash in. And your opponents won't get much.
Yeah, Alex, he's an absolute genius. Is he gonna drop everything right there? I really do wonder if this game plan actually will reward the entire squad of HLV. Meanwhile, there is a boss running all around, a little too fast for Skipper to actually take down, so they will have to get a squad to be able to give chase. But wow, such innovation that we've never thought of.
Yeah, this is where the meta is shaping, right? But whether it's a good meta or not, well, that's okay. That's a rather tough boss fight, so that's the weak point there in the middle of the test of the class. So they have to aim for that test area. It's not going to be expending too many bullets. Now we can see them focusing on the test area, but this is a very, very fast-moving boss.
Yeah, some damage being dealt towards their side, but finally with 3 members, they have finally taken them down. Now, what exactly will be the reward from the side of OG? We shall see. Holding on to 800k, but there's definitely a lot more to be booked out. And this is where we see another potential fight to take place in a moment's time.
Okay. Involving I am number 1. It's not about who becomes the first team to be extracted. It's about collecting the amount of loot. So depends on how you think you want to be the number 1. You got to be objective about this round. So game tips here, ladies and gentlemen, in case you just joined us. Now it's nighttime in the map. So more zombies will spawn at night. So you got to stay vigilant because zombie will be more aggressive. And like what we saw earlier on, zombies really do chase these players down.
Yeah, and of course, in this map rotation of what we saw from the zombie uprising, the difficult part is when you get into a tunnel or so, and you suddenly have a whole lot of zombies spawning, and you're in a tight area. You gotta really think, what are your choices as well? Because if you're gonna Molotov, maybe your bike also catch on fire as well. And it's always good to have teammates to be around. So if it gets a little bit overwhelming, you can always alleviate the pressure at any given moment. Meanwhile, speaking of pressure, BK going very closely towards the side of HLV. I believe that Ting has already spotted 1 member out. Is HLV going to suspect this, though? I don't think they know just yet. But if they do shoot right now, they will definitely be identifying there is a team around.
Yeah, they're very focused on the loot right now. I can understand that as well. Since they have 1 player extracted, so they just need to collect the rest of them. Okay, here we go. The fight's happening right now involving BK. BK playing with 3 players, HLV 3 as well as 1 player have been extracted. And BK, they're playing this again like a regular battle royale. They want to go in for fights.
Yeah, well, why care about looting up if you can just steal everybody else's loots, it seems. They're all looking at zombies, though, so I guess it's a little bit distracting. Whether or not are you actually catching a player or a zombie? I guess there's only one way to find out for some of these guys. But HLV I think they're absolutely aware, but they are dealing with the zombies first and foremost. But the rest of BK now charges into the factory grounds. Something that I believe HLV should be familiar with, as they've been dealing with zombies already, very actively involved, but they got to watch their bullets as well, because if in any given moment that they collapse, it's all about having the most resources in an extended fight.
And look at how fast these zombies run, right? Carlos, his helmet and vest totally shredded by the zombie encounter. So they decided to like, okay, nope, it's not going to be worth it. If you go out to a zombie, I mean, it's all on you, man. It's all on you. You had the option of running away.
Yeah. And I also do believe that they were also part of that early skirmish, which might have actually resulted in some wear and tear of that little 6. But they're just basically dashing for it because they know that these things can run. But Carlos, he spots them now. This is going to be disaster for IM1. But Ting, he's also still dealing with the situation. Carlos, though, everybody seems to be occupied, so Carlos is all alone.
Oh, and now the zombies is on to Carlos. Carlos running for his life. Oh, man. This is what happens when you play at night. Oh, here we go. Rambo is in trouble as well. Everybody just running now.
But where can they actually run to? They're just booking the hills. There's not going to be any form of loots at all for some of these members of BK. They spend so much time not looting throughout the phase. They need to understand this game is about looting up. And the longer they stay out there, they're just losing so much value. They got to focus, and I guess like they need to really read the room right, whether or not like should you be really taking up a fight right now. But IM1, they are having pretty much the whole team just hover onto this side. Meanwhile, still have Ting alone on the other sector.
Oh man. I mean, like, for the likes of BK, hang that thought for a second. HLV fix. They managed to get that long-range knock on the thing. So nothing is going to be up for grabs. He needs his teammate Boy to come back him up.
Meanwhile, look at the bunch of zombies as well. I guess there's not just one person interested in bagging whatever is in the loot crates of Ting. But the sad news for HLV is that they're the ones with the high-value loot. BK barely has anything at all. So this is absolutely not worthwhile to actually go in for the full collapse for the likes of HLV. But good news is it's daytime already. So the zombies, they won't be a trouble for the rest of HLV.
Oh man, the players, I can feel the sigh of relief. But looks like not the entire map is bright right now. There's still part of the map that's still pretty dark. And look at the zombies now on the thing. And as much as they want to hold their ground, but they have to relocate themselves again. Get to a brighter area. And that's where the zombies will be less. They're still moving, but not as fast.
Oh boy, his location is absolutely compromised. Now that ordeal is going to be more of dealing with HLV swarming in as well. They heard those footsteps. Mates are now being primed right in. Like about the corner wall, not much backing for the side of BK to run all about. So what can they do right here, right now?
Oh man, that's all thanks to the zombies that their position is compromised. Okay, so now they're pretty much stuck. Even if they exit through behind, they'll probably be a target for HLV. So they have to take this fight head on. But we can see Ate, he is making a run for it from the side, going for the flank. And this Ate, he is very familiar. It feels
Very familiar.
Yeah, former pro player. Okay, we got to find that out later on. But anyway, the way that he moves, he definitely has the jiggles with him. Let's see here, 1v1. Ate goes in for Boy and dances around, and he won the 1v1 fight.
Beautiful work, and now looking for Ting as well. Smokes now being popped, but it was way quicker coming from the side of Genie's Boy, I believe. That will definitely cover their tracks for now. The other member of BK absolutely missing in action, nowhere near this site. Therefore, Ate will be able to reap the rewards. Now, I want to really find out, is this the Ate that we think it is? Probably it might be.
There is a possibility. Man, I mean, how it could be a coincidence, I don't know. But if we base on like, he went for flanks and he won the 1v1, that's kind of sussy for me.
Well, it just gives off this pro player vibes from what we see from so many PUBG mobile tournaments that we have actually casted. And I honestly won't be surprised. I mean, if you're not going to be part of the PMSL, this is one good way to still be featured, you know?
Yeah, I know, right? And there's still a prize pool here, so why not, right? Earn some cash, with the skills that you already have and the experience. So you can see, like, he went for flanks. He clearly knows what he's doing, and he was the only one that went for the first flank. So you know that this guy knows his stuff.
Indeed. And now that is about 600 points in terms of eliminations that have been acquired for the side of HLV at the moment. Naga has not been spotted throughout the course of the run, but if they were to exit, it'll be pretty interesting. Now, there's only about 2 minutes or 51 seconds, and there is a full collateral right underneath the tunnels, and it's a full set coming in from the side of Royal Naga Malaysia. Oh, wow. They all fall down like dominoes, and it will all be claimed by only you.
Oh, that is cash in the pocket. Great work there by Naga. Okay, so it looks like both their teams doing so far so good. And with that win, they not only get the points out of the bodies, but they also got their loot. So now they're number one, 3.3 million.
Oh, wow. Now, the question remains is that with 2 minutes on the clock, is this going to be enough for them to actually extract all of this Metro cash that they have acquired so far? Well, the other member is being ditched to be going on foot instead. I believe that they have already made their mark. Remember this, Royal Naga, they did actually have this plan to drop some of these loots into that same extraction point. Now, imagine this. What if there is a team that walked right into the same extraction point? That could be stolen away. But for most part, they will be having a smooth course as teams are ready to book out of the lobby.
Yeah, I know, right? We'll probably still keep one person there as a security guard, but let's say if the full squad is heading towards you, it's a 1v4, so you might lose all that loot. So yeah, it's a 50-50, right? Like if nobody comes to you, then great. That will be a perfect scenario. But what if another team comes? Then it's going to be a big problem.
It definitely would be very, very dicey situation for them. But Team OG, they've got 1.3 million right now in their back, and they're looking to make their exit as they will just fly off to the sunset. But take a look at this. There is a team in the outskirts. It's Royal Naga. They're going in for the ambush, but this is not the right time for a fight. 45 seconds. They all have to get out of here.
Oh, yeah, you put it out right. 40 more seconds to go. If not, nobody wins. So they are running for it. Okay, only you. Okay, still going for the chase. Only you. You have to turn back. Oh, no. What's happening here? From the back. Kowalski. Backstabbing them from afar. Oh, no. Naga. Naga eliminated.
Oh, my goodness. OG. The number 2 team now gets all of these points back. Now it does not matter anymore. They should be able to quickly cash in. Only 5 seconds. You don't even need to think about the loots right now. But if they do, they can actually be rewarded. They need to get out of there. Inject right now.
Oh man, does it count? Because the timer is out. The timer is out. Oh my goodness. We'll need to leave it to officials, ladies and gentlemen. OG, will it count for them? After all that effort of securing so many eliminations. My, oh my, Contra, this is the tightest round that we've had so far.
Oh my word. I did not believe that happened to the top 2 teams. A total disaster for Royal Naga, but even worse is I saw the timer. What does it count? Like, did any one of these members actually eject it to make it work? Because they've had what? They had a few million in the back. They have not looted those bodies, but once they do, sure, you have plenty of it, but they don't matter if you don't make that 10-minute mark.
Man, I wouldn't want to be our officials right now. You really need to count to the dot now. Did they make it or not? You probably need to look at the replay like multiple times just to be really, really sure. It could be down to like the 0.0 second whether they ejected or be extracted on the dot. I don't know about this. This round is just insane. Like towards the end, that was like bam.
I absolutely love this because it's pure cinema. It's drama all around. Like, it's drama for Royal Naga. They were the ones to strike first. Did you expect them to all crash out like that? I think what Naga was thinking is that, hey, we only saw one guy. He must be the last one to eject. But no, it wasn't the case. Oh.
It was a bait. It was a bait.
An absolute bait. But who's really the bait here? Like, are they both the baits? I feel so.
Yeah, and we're gonna talk about this like in earlier on the show, right? Like we would like to see like something like this, like okay, a setup, and then as you want to extract, like somebody shoots you, like that would be crazy. But like what you said, right? Was that a deliberate setup, or was it deliberately the bait? We don't know, right? Unless we get an interview, that will probably be able to pick their brains. But looking at it, it's like both teams almost, was it a lose-lose situation? I don't know. We need to wait for the scores to see whether it's a lose-lose situation for the both of them.
Yeah, I guess like there's only one way to find out in a moment's time, but what a match that was, Sir Cloud. Okay, so we started off with like how many fights? About 3 different fights taking place. And sure, there was certain teams that called for truce. There were also certain teams that had fully committed to it. So we have seen like 1 or 2 teams actually take the early crash course out of the match. But after that commotion, it really felt like teams were scattering around trying to look for those loots. Only HLV has the right ideas to say, okay, we're just going to go around, loot up safely, and then any bonus coming in from the fights that we can pick on our exit, we'll just try our very best, which they have done so efficiently. Meanwhile, I think Naga's game plan was solid. They were looting the entire game. We don't really get to see them. But when we saw them, I guess like we kind of wish we didn't.
Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? And imagine if like the points didn't count because they were late. HLV basically is the only team with points.
It could just be. It actually could be. But looking at this situation as well, I'm not certain that anybody else from any other team that has found a way to eject, or would it actually all eliminate it?
Man, yeah, we didn't know for sure, right? But what we're sure is that HLV did make it. But for other teams, we don't know at this point. This is the craziest tightest. And can you imagine this, right? This is only the qualifiers that we see this maybe sort of set up. Imagine what other setups could happen, like when the group stages happen, when you have filtered through like some of the best teams around.
Yeah, especially when you play against a high caliber player, that is where it gets so much more intense. But I believe that to be so much fun because we're having a whole lot of fun here, even casting those epic moments, especially what just went on for that Malaysian qualifier finale. Like, it cannot get juicier than that. Now it's time for us to find out what went on in that past match, as we will have HLV to be the top team of match 1.
Okay, no surprises there. They are the number 1 team, but BK did not make it. OG did not make it as well. Royal Naga, they did not make it. Blaze did not make it, clearly. So only 2 teams actually made it. So in that last fight, it actually did not count.
It did not count for OG because we saw they were busy looting up. They just have to get out of the match.
Oh my goodness.
I think this is where greed is not good. Like, the only instance where you have a whole lot of fortune sitting right in front of you, you need to have that discipline to look at that timer. I think we're so distracted. But tell you what, we got the fortune's chosen one. It was HLV Ate that have shown us a staggering amount, close to $1 million. That's 927,000 in his bag.
we're gonna get answers here, all right? Is this the Ate that we know of? The Ate that used to play for MPX NC and Dingo's Esports. Is this the guy here? We gotta get answers here, ladies and gentlemen. So if he is, well, I mean, just based on his game sense and gun skills, this guy could probably be MVP all the way. Well, at least for qualifiers.
Yeah, Malaysian qualifiers to be specific, as they are still plowing through some of all these numbers. But great work coming in from HLV to be able to back the winner fortune favor. There, I guess like we finally found a certain catchphrase, do we? Or is that not up to your liking?
We can fine tune that. We can fine tune that. But you know what else doesn't need fine tuning? It is our new event inside the game here, ladies and gentlemen. This is now currently available in the game, the Airdrop Carnival Key R, in which if you enter the game right now, inside your classic mode, you'll be able to explore the Ocean Odyssey new theme area called the Pirates Booty Island, and you can collect airdrop tokens and head to the Airdrop Carnival inside the game event, and you can upgrade your airdrop crate to level 5, and you can get a guaranteed set or emote of your choice.
Yeah, waste no time and head to the Booty Island right now because it's only for a limited time. And same goes to this Galadriel X suit as well as advanced upgradable MG3 that's available at the moment only until the 13th. So you only got 3 more days to check all these great stuff up. So join the event, unlock all the coupons and limited outfits awards from today all the way till the 13th once again.
Ah, yes, and that helmet, gotta get it quick, man. That is such a beauty there. That helmet. But you know what else is a beauty? The Malaysian qualifiers. It is the most dramatic round that we have seen so far.
Yeah, you know, like initially when we first went into the Thai qualifiers, we were thinking like, okay, what are the possibilities of certain outcomes, this and that? For some reason, I feel like whatever we try to figure out, we eventually get our answers, right? And almost every scenario.
Yeah, I know, right? The one waiting at the extraction point, the barely made it or barely not made it out in time, on all these scenarios. It is crazy, right? And just a little bit of update as well for the points to be counted. The full team needs to be extracted within 20 minutes. So even though you have one player out, but the others don't make it by 20 minutes, then it still doesn't count. So everybody have to be extracted within the 20-minute time frame.
Yeah, honestly, I could just imagine how chaotic this could be when you put some of the best players in the world into such a lobby. And tell you what, folks, we are already heading into the Arctic base, so more and more of these battles will definitely take place in a moment's time. Now things will definitely get heated up around the barracks area, the armory outpost, as well as support center, but the missile silo section, oh, that is going to be a tough bout for them to deal with.
Yeah, I would love to see your Rosemarys, your Yummies, your Tony K's all playing in this lobby, in this game mode. And they'll probably forget that it's about looting. They'll probably just like, okay, I just want to go and shoot somebody.
I guess like to even make things interesting, like why don't we just send them as a solo unit to represent as a one squad, you know, like if you get to take him down, well, you get that 300k. Or else he's going to take everything from you.
Yeah. 300k plus whatever that's in his bag, right?
Yeah.
And you have to make it, and you have to do everything within 20 minutes. Whatever it is. So if somebody just decides to like, oh, I don't want to shoot anyone else, I want to go out looting, that person will probably win it. Who knows?
Yeah, and it looks like we have a very splendid start so far for the side of HLV, hot off the win. As Naga actually got themselves some high value loot. That's about the 300k start. I guess like they absolutely felt salty about how they go out early on. Now they want to make sure they bank in everything. And now they need to just, look at this. Oh, private. Oh, you whips.
if he can get a couple of knocks there, he'll be upgraded to a sergeant. But because of that whiff, you remain as a private, my friend.
I guess like you have to go for the title of lieutenant first, and then sergeant. So step
Well, they
by
have a
step.
skipper though.
Oh, I guess that counts then. Oh, that absolutely counts, my friend. Wow, wordplay. Something that I need to be on the lookout for. But I guess like they could play him like a Sony DVD player.
Well,
I tried a little too hard there.
yeah, yeah. It has to come naturally,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. You have a lot of rounds to practice. We got tomorrow as well with the same players. You can do it again.
True enough, but right now the radiation zone seems to be poisoning their health bars, just like what Venom has to deal with. Although he also will need to eventually get those boosters up. Rambo now throughout the course of the field will be able to stash in quite a number of loots. So this is a better run for the side of BK as compared to that previous game where they were just so focused on to going for takedowns, which was not exactly the best of approach. I won't say it's the wrong approach overall, but now they already saw, okay, the game is won by getting all the value, and they're already cashing in about 3 mil, pretty close to it.
But that also makes every player more valuable if they were to be eliminated. So maybe we might see mid-game fights, or I want to see it again. I want to see another extraction fight. That will be super duper interesting. I mean, that's probably the best moment possible.
Yeah, definitely going to be in for the highlights for sure by the end of the day if there's going to be a highlight reel. Meanwhile, Naga, Malaysia, I guess they botched that. But if that scenario didn't happen, they could have easily been that number one team throughout that course of our Arctic Assault. So now, up close and personal, it's going to be OG as shots are being fired from the side of... it seems like it's just going to be one of the bots that were pretty much spawned up. Meanwhile, the further they journey into this part of the silo, they're just going to get into a tick of hurt because there's going to be bosses, there's going to be other teams, and I'm just hoping to actually see OG pull off something impressive here.
Yeah, they are the OGs, right? But they need to pull out something really, really interesting or impressive, so to speak, because they have to do catch up now. So that's why they're all in on the radiation area to try to gather as many high value leads as possible. But there's another team close by, and that's IMI just across them. But if you kind of look at it like visually, it's not going to be easy for them to see that far.
Yeah, it's just going to be a very, very tricky until they run pretty closely into less than 200 meters. Then it'll be an easy catch for sure for now. A very distant proximity for them to still be able to loiter around, gather loots. But it looks like the side of IM1 is just closing in. Now, it's rather interesting that, one portion of the map, you have that radiation, and the other side is like, oh, it's bright and sunny, and it is yet to be nighttime, so no need for those night goggles to be on just yet. But Naga, we still got a whole lot more to deal with here. I believe they might have actually spotted the boss already.
Oh, okay. This is a regular target. There you go. Oh, wait a second. No, it's a boss. Okay, it's a boss. Okay. It took Illusi a while for him to take him down. Okay, there you go. You need to get help from your teammates.
And it seems like Naga will be able to just get this one pretty much at ease. So that will actually send them into perhaps a 3 million margin or even higher. Oh, we got a ticking clock right there. Not sure if there's any lubricating oil, but I guess that's not as high value as compared to the clock.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a cheap item. Yeah.
Pocket
You would
watch.
know. But looking at all the other teams now, HLV, they're the team to watch right now because they did really well in the previous round, right? But we can see that other teams are like, okay, we got to catch up to HLV's value. IMI now 5.7 mil. Whichever team that can try to take them out will be really, really happy, and you're like instant billionaire. Oh, well, millionaire, that is.
Well, billionaire if you're going to wipe out every single player and get all of their loots if it actually fits. So even so, is that going to be enough? The question is that. But here comes Fix Bay now claims portion of the globe, and let's see what he has in store for us here. So Team BK so far really doing magnificently well. This time with 3.5 in hand. Ting also scavenging around on the outskirts, hoping to find some sort of similar value, but usually like small crates like this, you gotta also look at the glow, whether they're gonna be able to offer a whole lot more. There's a couple of pocket watches which can be taken. BK does just that, but looks like just going onto this scavenge hunt over onto the edge has been working and paying off for the side of BK for so much more.
Okay, traveling past the underground passage is IMI. Right above them is Naga, and they're going up. Okay, they might meet with each other. Let's see what would the plan be. As looks like IMI, they're not interested to ascend just yet. So they are just traveling down and heading to the other end. But they're pretty okay right now. I mean, 5.7 mil, they can afford to avoid fights.
I thought that there was actually a cart that they could utilize, but they're just going on foot. Meanwhile, speaking of going on foot, Alex now getting caught out as HLV might actually lose this member. I don't see the rest of HLV being around. And somehow, it seems like HLV have had a very poor start as compared to all the other squads who's actually cashing a whole lot, especially I am number one right now. Literally at number one.
Oh, yep. And a pretty comfortable gap, I must say, for now, that is. But since they have a full squad, they can definitely still add to their numbers. And look at this, right? They played this very smartly. They probably had they probably heard the audio cues of like, okay, Naga was above them earlier on, and they choose to avoid it, run straight down, and come out on the other side, and they can continue to loot here. And they're not too far away from the extraction point. Frankly speaking, even if they extract now with 5.7 mil, it's not bad.
Yeah, they can actually cash in at least one member at the moment and make do with the rest. And here goes Carla spotting one running out of the open, but there is a third party involved coming with a flank. I believe that to be HLV that's firing the shots.
Oh man, okay. Lucky enough that he wasn't knocked. But anyway, even if he's knocked, he's in the position that his teammate will be able to pick him up, so he should be fine. But anyway, that gave away his position, so now HLV knows that somebody is on that hill. So we can see Ate just checking around just to be sure that the coast is clear for now. But interesting enough for HLV, they are actually the lowest valued team now. And I believe that could be because they lost Alex, and maybe Alex was having majority of the loot early on.
I believe that to be the case. And even before that, it seems like they kind of had a little bit of struggle into securing any high-value loots. They've only been by the outskirts for most part. Meanwhile, Naga will be able to scour even more. Now, adding it close to 2 mil, and yes, they will achieve 2 mil at the moment. Added to the elimination as well, that's another extra 300k in the bag.
Yep, one player from IMI extracted. So I guess to a certain extent, they are ready to just leave. Maybe like the other three players, they're just doing last-minute shopping, and they'll probably be gone. So this could be the quickest round that we've seen for a team. Potentially that is.
Yeah. I am one, at least like with one member being extracted. They were looking at the rest of the squads to do perhaps even more. Because there's still about, 8 more minutes left on the clock. They could do whatever they want with that time. If you want to start hunting out for teams, you can actually go in for that challenge. But you can see that Royal Naga, after what happened in that past round, they are being a lot more careful. I think that they are also considering the value of all these other loots that does not really give that much value to them. So they just drop it on the ground and just maybe look out for more, or perhaps pass it around so that you can distribute the weight of how much of these of value they are carrying in terms of Metro cash.
Trying to be as efficient as possible, right? Yeah, but that's great teamwork and coordination. I believe, at least on screen, that's the first time that we're seeing that happen, and they obviously have the space to do it. So hopefully that will give them the return that they hope for. So far, 2.4 mil, it's okay. But because we have OG and IMI who set the benchmark, then, well, 5 million now is probably the number that you might want to hit before you extract yourself. And speaking about extraction, HLV, one of the players, they're done, probably the back's full.
Oh, yeah. And is it rather too early? Because they've only lost one player, meaning to say that the other two will need to do the heavy lifting. Maybe they were also comparing, previous game, you have players only reaching about 2 mil or so. They might just think that, hey, in this map, maybe I can get away with close to 1 million, at least eject out with a safe value. But this being perhaps a map full of resources that you can see in even other qualifiers, the big numbers are actually coming off of this map itself. So that is where teams really have to pay full focus onto what kind of value does the Arctic base actually offer.
Yeah, you made a good point. I mean, great observation there. Probably this is the map where if you want to come back from the previous map, this is the map that you need to really bank in the numbers here. So that's why we don't see as many fights perhaps, and teams really focus on trying to get as many loot as possible across the map. So that could be a possibility there. Still, we don't see any other big fights. I mean, we do see small skirmishes. Players, they probably put themselves in an awkward position. That's about it. And potentially that might be the case till the end then.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. And I really do wonder, right? With so many extraction points, it's definitely potential for teams to also split 2-2 or any other form of formation. Speaking of splitting, Ting is away from his teammates, now dealing with the entire side of Team BK, I do believe, to be around that corner.
Yeah, so potential fight. Okay, but anyway, Ting is alone though. At most, Carlos might be close by, but then you don't want to go and take this fight against a full squad. Anyway, Private looks like he will leave first. His other team is following through. OG, they seem to be pretty happy with the 5.4 mil that they have collected, that they are out of here.
Yeah, Rico's got 3.2 mil in the bag right now. So Rico's going to be making sure that, hey, they cash out. But we'll see if they're going to be joined by anyone else. Ting just absolutely keeping that team into the tunnels, as the shelter is going to be absolutely locked up by Ting himself. What Carlos? Where exactly is Carlos? Is he looking for car keys?
Okay, because his car is lost.
Yeah, there are car keys as a value item in the game too.
All right. Okay, so that's a good one. I'll give you a 10 out of 10 for that.
Finally.
10 out of 10 and a gold medal. Yeah, since it's the Olympic spirit. So.
Wow, yeah, gold medal. I'll take that any day. I was no part of the EWC. Kind of wish, we get to compete one day. But I believe my hands are a bit too old for that. But that's why we keep our mouths moving. Meanwhile, HLV is still looting around Armory. Are they just looking for teams to pick off? I think it might just be a pick-off angle here because they know they don't have that high value. There's just less than 5 minutes on the clock. There's 4 minutes left. And Opte and Co, they've barely found anything at all.
Now that makes me wonder, right? For HLV, they have 15 minutes with 3 players, but they only managed to collect 700,000. What has been happening? I wish I would be able to follow that journey throughout. What I can theorize is that maybe all the routes that they took, the loots were already taken. Like they had a plan, but it's all empty. So it was just too bad for them.
Yeah, and I guess like you gotta ensure that you go in for some high value situations. Speaking of which, this is going from bad to worse for HLV. They don't know what's coming at them, and that is the rest of Naga just waiting at the edge. But remember, if there's a fight that they want to take, there's only 3 more minutes left.
Yep. Let's not be too focused on the fights and just forgot to extract yourself, right? So it will be interesting though. Naga, they have HLV surrounded, and HLV, they were the top team. So if they're able to take out HLV, I mean, that would disrupt the overall charts.
Yeah, and HLV could go from 0 to 0 right now, almost stacking up to 1 mil on what they do have on hand. The good news is the extraction point isn't exactly too far away. So if they win this fight, seems like they spot out Ate already. But remember this, Ate is a high caliber player. So only you, if he feels confident, then go for the challenge. If not, I don't think it's absolutely worthwhile.
Yeah, only you can make my heart go wild.
Wow.
Only you can make it happen for your team. But anyway, 2 more minutes on the timer. What we learned from previous rounds is that you got to keep your eye on the timer. And if you want to go for it, you have to go for it now. Okay, only you takes the shot and he gets that knock.
Immediately secured as well. Great teamwork coming from the rest of the Nagas. But the refrag! Look at that. Ate absolutely on point. The moment he leap is where they managed to get that clip over onto only you. Now, Ilusi, is he going to be able to actually take out Ate? Going outskirts is going to be tough for the side of Ate, though, so he's smart enough to play by the compound. I think he's just making sure that he secures that elimination point. And remember this, only you, he's holding at least 300 over K in his bag. So it could be a tough loss for the side of the Nagas.
Oh, speaking about a tough loss, look at HLV. Negative 725 just by losing 1 player. That means he carried a lot of valuable loot in his pocket. Now it's down to Ate to try to recover. But then again, a minute more till the round ends. I'm not sure about this, Contra.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ate's bounty is 600K. This is where they go in for the full challenge. Big Nate now drop right in to try to secure the life of only you. Now let's see what Ilusi has to offer. He runs right directly into his target, but he swerves right back. Some good damage being done for the side of Ate. This head-to-head in the final moment is going nowhere. 45 seconds left. Ate, he has to poke out. This is not the time to go in for the fight, but they want blood, and they can already smell it. Ate now going for the push. It seems like he has another grenade in hand as well. And it does lob it. And the entirety of Naga is already out.
Well, if I go out, you go out together with me. I don't know if he will be able to make it in time. 20 more seconds on the clock. He sees the smoke. He's making a run for it. 15 seconds. Looking at the countdown right now. Ate has 500 over credits. He has to cash it in. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. No, he's not going to make it. He is not going to make it. And HLB will not be able to cash in Ate.
Oh, no. Another late fight that has costed a squad. I can't believe it, Sir Cloud. I can't believe it at all. Like, they can't be baited again. But this time, of course, it was coming from HLV. To be fair, HLV kind of won that previous round, so they didn't really know what went on that previous match. Now, Ate on that losing end, and this wasn't exactly a high-value round for them, but Naga, that was also quite a waste. They had a few members ejected, but the remaining members, they hold about 2.5 million or even more on their hands. So that was so tough.
I know, right? And, okay, so Ate did not extract himself in time, but whatever eliminations that he get, those will still count. So he got like what, 2 of it? Yeah. But is it going to be worth it? Well, in the overalls, it's probably not, because that just opens up the opportunity for other teams to just catch up.
Yeah, and I guess like some of all these other teams, like they just prioritize going for a full treasure hunting mode. Well, it's just like what the events kind of like running in the carnivals. But when it comes down to what went on in some of all these outskirts, like it's just a little bit scuffy on not only the execution but also the game plan. It doesn't seem like some of these guys have got a plan at all to begin with.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, just do whatever, right? But if I do like the game one plan, if it's a plan at all. But this round, it feels like, yes, there was a plan of looting first, but when it comes to taking fights, it felt like everyone's just turned on their battle royale mindset. It's like, okay, this is a battle royale. They forgot about a counter. In fact, Naga could have just left that area, get everyone extracted, and keep their money.
Yeah, and overall, I guess like when we take a look at that final skirmish that we had between HLV as well as some of all these players of Naga, right? Like they saw that green smoke coming in from seemingly a close distance, but it isn't exactly as close as we thought because it wasn't on top of the mountain. At first, I guess, well, if you're only going to look from a certain angle of the field of view, then it looks like it was just over on top side of the hill, but it's actually by the street, which Ate, if he had just about 10 more seconds on the clock, he might have actually made it.
Yeah, I know, right? He just needed like the extra 10 seconds. And okay, I want to say that if he didn't loot, he'll probably make the 10 seconds, but he did not loot. But the fight just took a little bit too long. But it was what it was, right? Imagine if his opponent was still there. He wouldn't have the space to run anyway, so it's a much needed fight for him to take.
Yeah, and also it was an outnumbered battle that Ate has managed to win because one of his teammates was taken out first and foremost, and I guess Naga was a little bit too overzealous on what they could potentially achieve because they already gotten one knock. They thought, hey, why not just zone this guy? But I guess like that with that decision, they automatically locked themselves into that long drawn out fight. So even if let's say Ate goes out and Naga survives, I don't even think that Naga could actually make it because you would assume that, oh, you want to go in for a pickup of your teammate and then after that you run to the zone. So either ways, you're losing time.
Yeah, so a lot was wasted there, if you ask me. I was wondering what would be the best case scenario for Naga, right? Like, okay, they took out one from HLV, and then maybe they could have just left, and Ate would have been thinking to himself that, oh, they are still around, so he would be really, really cautious of leaving that compound, and that would have made him like lost time and missed the extraction point anyway. Maybe, I mean, that's like a different multiverse altogether, right? That could possibly have happened.
Yeah. And on top of it as well, when we take a look at how teams have approached all of this, I'm glad to also see that certain teams, they ensure that, okay, this guy, he's already got more than maybe above 500K in his bag, and they're happy enough with that. Send that guy out of the match first. You get a little something, and then to make it to be a guaranteed match of full spoils to be accounted for, make sure that you just do absolutely nothing beyond that 13-minute mark. Like when you see 12, you gotta run. You gotta just make sure you go to the extraction zone because there's nothing that could potentially be important enough that for you to really secure all of that Metro cash. So I guess like this is something that teams, they really do have to take note moving forward.
Yeah, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. That's about the golden number that you need to make a run for it. Unless if in 2 minutes someone's waiting at the extraction point, then that will be like the duel to escape. And add zombies in it. Imagine it's like nighttime, right? Add zombies with it at night. That would be crazy.
Oh, that will be so fun to watch. So perhaps that will happen tomorrow as we have already concluded all our matches for today. It's just going by so fast about that. I didn't even really notice that, hey, time was running out. And I guess this is how the players feel like when they were playing Metro Royale.
You're getting it. You're getting it right now. You have graduated my Padawan. On connecting.
Am I the chosen one?
Well, if you're the chosen one, if you're able to count more than 70-ish.
I definitely could do that. So
Yeah.
we managed to count by the millions today. So
Okay,
I think it's definitely a new feat that we've been able to achieve. Something new every single day. But of course, that's a lot of inside jokes. Enough to last out for the week. But hey, we still got more happening tomorrow. Don't go anywhere just yet because we are tabulating our results. But at the moment, of course, you're chilling with me here as well as Sir Cloud. So far, I think it's been an excellent day of Metro Royale. Just looking at very vast, different kind of playstyle coming from different regions and the whole concept. And for not only us to learn along the way, the players themselves are also picking up the pace rather quickly.
Yeah, the whole concept and the whole plot twist of it. And the more they pick up, the more plot twists we will get because you wouldn't know what they will be doing, right? Whether it's on purpose or not, well, that remains to see. But this is where we all come for, right? The points itself. Here we go. I am number one. Totally ignored everyone. OG learned their lesson, ignored everyone, just went in for the points, and they got the 7 and 5 million respectively.
Yeah, and they absolutely had the last laugh, right? I guess that was one instance near the radiation zone is where they almost got run into certain teams out there, but they managed to steer clear away from danger, ranking in that 7 mil. And same goes to the side of OG, a little bit of a close encounter, but for HLV, unfortunately, we saw what happened after he almost made it through. Almost made it through. But hey, at least everybody else, including Blaze as well as Royal Naga, they walk away with a little something.
And the fact that they did not secure the last few potential eliminations and no eliminations at all, HLV is the only team with a 0. Man, there's going to be a lot of discussion and revision on how is the best way to play this game without forgetting about your timer. But if you think about it, Roy and Naga, 2 million, they're pretty happy. But we're going to celebrate our MVP this time. Whoa! Who needs eliminations where you can collect 5.4 mil?
Venom is an absolute millionaire right here, being the chosen one, as he is definitely favored by fortune every step of the way. Well, Sword Cloud, we look at these numbers and we do I don't like to make comparisons with other teams or so, but 5.4 million is like even higher than certain squads out there. In fact, just by Venom cashing in, you could have possibly even win the whole round.
All right, I'm wondering what's his strategy, right? Like, is he the one to guard like the loot that was gathered at the extraction point? So before extracting himself, like he can pick and choose the highest value loots and just get away, and that's how he secured the 5 million. Maybe. I mean, it's just a maybe, right? But look at the overall rankings right now. I'm number one. They are living by the name right now. They are number one with 8 million.
Yeah, and of course, they are bold enough to call themselves number one, and they have all the bragging rights to do so. This is just 2 matches of play throughout the course of qualifiers. They want to borrow. There will be a lot more for the Malaysian side. But right now, it's OG on second place. Badak Gandur on number 3. HLV with that 1 win, but on the second match, did not get much. Will still be at number 4. Meanwhile, Royal Naga as well as Blaze, they got some catching up to do with about a touching distance of a margin. So remember this. If number 1 can get majority of their points in this round alone, who's to say that Blaze could not do it tomorrow? I think that they just really have to figure out what exactly will be the best game plan, and we will see much better results coming in from the teams of Malaysia.
Yeah, you have a point. They could potentially still catch up. But they have to find the best way that suits their playstyle, suits their coordination as well. And who knows, maybe try to find where Iron number 1 would normally go and try to take them out. We wouldn't know, because now that we have ended day number 1, I'm pretty sure all the revisions will come in tonight.
And of course, plenty for them to be learning into some of these matchups and how they take flights. But when I thought that things couldn't get any better, it just keeps getting better and better and better. And wow, the finale, absolutely dramatic. So I guess, like, with that being said, we are coming to the end of day one. I hope you guys have been able to enjoy the entire course of the show. This is our very first Metro Royale in Southeast Asia. And of course, $10,000 is on the line for the best Metro Royale team. If you guys do see, links to sign up in the future, make sure you guys participate as well. Sir Cloud, how has it been? It definitely has been a great night so far. So I believe that we will just close up the night and we bid you good night. We'll see you guys again tomorrow.